computer in a minute.
Big love. Om Namah Shivaya. How you guys doing? I hope you guys are smiling. Hope everybody's good. Hope everybody's really, really, really well. And that the life is choosing you guys to be sweet and happy. And oh so happy. So what we got going on here? We got a whole lot of you. Carly. Namaste, dear Carly. How are you doing? Out tuition. Big love. Big love. Tomaru. Om Shanti. Blessings, peace, honor. Howard. Big love. Hope you're good. What else we got in the show? Tomaru, Howard. Well, there seem to be a few of you watching as well. Maybe not at the moment. They seemed like there were more, but the numbers are changing. The star, namaste. I think the star ran off. The star went off to shine elsewhere, but the star shall be back, I believe. I think, I feel. I think I feel, I believe. I think I believe that I feel. I believe that I think I feel. Whichever way you work it, it's going to work it, baby. So, I'm feeling quite jolly. No, not because I drink. I don't drink alcohol. I just feel jolly. I've been busy. I've been working like a dog. And I get very happy when I work. Isn't that funny? It was one of my son's mother's big qualms with me was that you're a workaholic. I was like, well, I love my work. She was like, yeah, would you take your work home with you? No, I don't. I'm just always working at home. But yeah, man. So when I work, I get excited and happy because I get to help my clients. So it's like not an endorphin. It's like a dopamine hit, you know, like you've done something for the day and like you've left a small little legacy in someone else's life. That's like like a seed for like positive joy and change and hope and whatever. So, and growth and healing and everything else that goes with that. So, yeah, I'm feeling jolly. Just don't call me Holly because I ain't no sweet, cute little dolly. And I don't want to wear no frolly. It's not raining, so you won't catch me with a brolly. And I'm not going to fly in a holly. So, yeah, I'll try and stop. I can't stop my brain. It's like words falling like rain. One more, and then again, you know. So we've got a cool topic on today, understanding the mystical, occult, psychosomatic connection. It's something very close to the heart, and I think it's something that needs to be explored in its entirety. It's come up quite a lot of times, and I think there's quite a few little branches from that proverbial road that we'll be able to take today. We've got a lovely crew in the house. Going around the circle in the order that people are on the screen. I think it's the order they arrived in. We've got Cosmic Prankster here. Cosmic is he's like a John Dee without a crystal ball, and he's got a connection with a Fey realm, and they teach him, and he has learned and absorbed information and come up with an alphabet, which is more than an alphabet, which is a cosmological system, cosmogenical system, and deep metaphysics, essentially, occult metaphysics, actually. And he's also, dipped his beak into all sorts of occult, Western occult, Vedic directions. We've also got Indy Sage, who spends a lot of time researching anthropology. It's his heart's desire. He loves anthropology. It's his life's work. He's also shamanically inspired, and he's also very tuned into nature, very organically inspired by the organic method of life, living organically. And he's also very embedded within the Taoist cosmological systems and philosophies and practices, as well as Western Hermetics, and I think Vedic as well. He's also, very eclectic all over the show. I'm the local shaman here, Cape Town, Simonstown, Himalayan shamanism before that, mysticism, Vedic schools, and before that, Western occultism, Rosicrucian tradition, and other systems that sort of, I suppose, are offshoots of theosophy, you could say. So anyway, there we go. That's me. That's the crew. tell us a little bit about yourselves, people, and welcome, dear Gaz. Lovely to have you here in the show. I hope you're good. I hope everybody's smiling. And yeah, dear brothers, say a few words about yourselves.
Yeah, thanks for the great introduction as always, Franklin. And I'm actually kind of interested in this topic today because this is a big part of sort of my project and my research that the Fae have been kind of teaching me a sort of a different kind of like, I'd say like if I had to think of this cosmology, it's kind of like an idealism panpsychism hybrid kind of a system, if you will, because it's not really panpsychist, it's not really idealist. I guess it's like kind of like organicist. It's just like it says everything is kind of like an organism. And I think this is an important topic because I think in a lot of ways, our understanding of consciousness has been sort of obscured by this sort of Cartesian idea that matter is sort of the container of consciousness and the soul, as opposed to being a sort of a conscious agent onto itself, which is where sort of the position that I take, that in a sense, matter is like a kind of a strange, like a creature or an organism that sort of like, it kind of brings us like into its being by sort of imagining us like you'd imagine an imaginary character. And the Fae, with all the sort of their Zarfax and Zerfax epistemology of seeing the universe as bubbles, has kind of made me sort of help to articulate and sort of understand this concept as a sort of a it was interesting. I was having a conversation with Sliz, and I was talking to her, who, by the way, people don't know, she's one of the Fae, she's one of the Fae that basically teaches me all the magical stuff, right? She's not necessarily the main one that I talk to, and she was talking about the dialectic with her, because it's something that I've been thinking about lately, and she's kind of thinking about, I kind of talked to her about it, and she's like, well, and she was basically like, well, the dialectic is all about, the opposites essentially fighting each other and sort of conquering each other. So it should be a dialogue instead. And that there's an importance between the difference between a dialogue and a dialectic, and that in a dialogue, there's a sort of a communication between the opposite polar forces, so that there's a sort of so both of them are able to essentially understand each other. Whereas from the dialectic standpoint, which is kind of like the idea that there's sort of these two sort of opposite sides that sort of resolve their contradictions to become one thing, that in a sense that there's something very destructive and very chaotic about that. And so I think in a lot of ways, this conversation, this particular topic today is going to have a lot of insight for me. And I think it's going to help me kind of like brainstorm a lot of these ideas further. And maybe it'll help with some of your theories as well, you guys. By the way, what's up, Indy?
Cool. Thanks, Cosmic. And thank you, Franklin, for the excellent, fabulous introduction. And I'm on a similar page where when I've been working, I've been getting happy and jolly and joyous and jubilating. It's been getting into my soul. So I basically have been dancing at work towards the end of the day after working for 11 hours. Start playing some happy music and handing heavy sheet metal up to the roof for my boss, and just kind of dancing along as I go. And I've been going out dancing at night on the weekends, having just a glorious time. So I work for like 11 to 12 hours, and then I go dancing for 6. And it's all thanks to cordyceps. Cordyceps just gives me a double stamina. Normally, I would only be able to work for about 8 hours and start to get tired. Now, I can go for 16 hours straight. And it's fabulous. But as far as my modalities of healing and various schools of thought that I follow, there are many. My main practice is ancient philosophical Taoism. And I'm deeply versed in anthropology, as Franklin said. Somewhat versed in mytho-anthropology, which is strongly influenced by astrotheology, the understanding of the unseen causal force of the primordial source mind, and the integration of it in the manifestations of the material world from metaphysical place in other realms beyond. And so I've been going around and having wonderful discussions at the nightclubs with people about mysticism and anthropology and the aquatic ape theory and trying to help them understand the hidden truth about the ones from beyond, whether they be the angels and demons, or the space peoples, or the sky people, I like to refer them as, or interdimensional beings, or the Fae. I feel that they are all kind of a different name for the same group of our ancestral races. And that's kind of what I do, and that's the passion of my life, and it's been my purpose to share my wisdom and understanding that I've seen when I met the Spirit of the Sun in the year 2000. And it's been a glorious journey. I'm so glad to be here today. And let's get the show on, guys. This is fabulous. I'm going to be up in the visual in a minute. I got to get my computer going.
Big love, brother. I can still see you in that club, in all those clubs, telling all those girls about, yeah, I eat these mushrooms and they keep me going for like 16 hours at a time. And all the girls going, well, do you need my number?
How do you know?
It's like the best pickup line in the whole world. Like, yeah, well, I eat these mushrooms and they get me up and they keep me going for like 16 hours at a time.
You're not wrong about that. I love it.
Big love, man. Big love. What is that touching my foot? Okay. It's the cable for that thing. Okay, that's cool. That thing cable and that thing's over there. Checking out the lighting system. So, yeah, man. Vince, Bum Shiva, namaste. Natalie, Bum Shiva, namaste. I hope you guys are all well. Hope you guys are all happy. Vince and Natalie, who else have I checked? Gaz, I saw Gaz earlier. Yo, Rango, Tango, you ready to tango? Well, that's Rango. Big love, big blessings. Hope you're good and smiling. And hope I haven't missed anybody out. Systematic. Talk about systemic. I saw you did a little bit of a live wiggle waggle. Peeps, check out his channel. He did a live wiggle waggle. I think it was earlier today. I couldn't watch it. I got back to the computer and I saw a notification like Systematic was on the wiggle waggle mode. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. So go and check it out. I'm sure it'll be a fun tongue waggle. It's a Sunday afternoon gig. I think it was a video. It wasn't a live. So probably have some nice little visuals on there. Otherwise, big love, everybody. Yeah. Jumping in, understanding the mystical. Oh, by the way, let me say it. Let me say it now. And let me say it again. And let me say it again. There are two different lives running. So if you don't like the way the live looks on your device, just click on my channel. It will be there on the left corner somewhere. Click on my channel and click on my live. And you will see that there are two lives for the same show. And the first live that you see, the closest to the top, will be the mobile phone, the cell phone customized live. And the second live will be the normal live, which is better for TV screens or laptops, MacBooks, whatever. So, yeah, there's two lives running, just so you know. It's one live, but there's two of them. Everybody's chat is in the same chat, so it doesn't matter which one you go in. Your chat will still be localized. It's a new YouTube thing. It seems to work. So, yeah, that's to add a more customized experience for everybody on different devices so they can get optimal. And my girlfriend, for example, she doesn't like the cell phone version of the live even on her phone. So you can use whichever version on whichever device. So, yeah. Oh, and who was it? Somebody sent me a buy me a coffee. Much love. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. I will put that towards this month's StreamYard bill. It comes, I think, just before the end of the month. So thank you for that. That's a great help. So yeah, I'm not sure who it was that sent it. I just saw it. Someone bought me a buy me a coffee thing. But thank you very much, whoever that was. So in terms of this particular show, I think like there's a lot of places we can start from. And to be honest, you know, when I look at it, I think to myself, so what are we talking about? We're talking metaphysics. We're talking about the spirit, mind, body connection, matter, vibration, the occult keys of 369. These are all sort of relevant. as the integration of mind and matter. Memory, the memory as a field, as not being localized in the brain, as being an external field. The substance of consciousness, the mystic prana or chi or pneuma, the breath that drives this proverbial dynamo of life that manifests through this field of consciousness that is also the body, and how this relates to simulation theory. I think that's going to be a fun part of the conversation. We'll probably jump into that part of it later. So I thought like a good place to start off with would probably be, to start at the beginning. The base root metaphysics. I seem to have written up this thing in a very strategic way, which is cool. I normally just let it roll. Well, I always let it roll. Today I did let it roll, but I think I let it roll a little more strategically than usual. The idea of matter, vibration, and spirit, and mind and body. I think it's probably the place to start. Do you guys have anywhere where you want to like start digging in any itchy spots? Well, don't mind if I do. I'll get right in there. Cosmic, you mentioned an interesting point as well, the panpsychism element. I think the panpsychism is central to the story. Goku Energy 5. What's up? Big love, blessings. Namaste. I hope you're good. Hope you're smiling. So the panpsychism is the central sort of pivot around which everything seems to revolve. This fundamental idea, and I don't mean panpsychism as we've sort of localized it in modern times, the way we speak about it these days. I mean panpsychism as it relates to fundamental consciousness as an expression of matter. That's an interesting concept. We like to think of matter and consciousness as being very distinctly, consciousness is there and matter is here, and consciousness is one thing and matter is another thing. Well, I believe that matter is conscious. And matter being conscious means it's an expression of consciousness. And it's conscious in the same way that our thoughts are conscious. It's just conscious in a slightly different, at a different frequency of vibration. And so because it's conscious at a different frequency of vibration, we experience that particular consciousness in a different mode. Think of for a moment, the difference of experience between your thoughts. Focus for a moment. Close your eyes and say, darling, I want to see my thoughts, and see your thoughts and go, oh, those thoughts are naked and they're dancing. I like the way they move. Now, move out of that wheel of dancing spikes of kinetic bursts of meaning and go into that field of like emotion. Maybe feeling is easier. Emotion's quite abstract. People think emotion and feeling are the same. Well, we feel our emotions, but emotions are not what we're feeling. It's our way to experience emotion. The same way that we think concepts, right? But the concepts are objects that we are touching onto on a different frequency of being. I want you to wrap your head around that as a concept. If you can, we can fly with it for a while. It might sort of bring us to a different way of understanding this connection between consciousness and matter. And understanding this connection between consciousness and matter is the key to manifestation. Money. Dun, 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 dun. Think Pink Floyd. Manifestation. So, there's all this, the law of one. I call it the law of bum. Yeah. Why do I call it the law of bum? Because it smells like bum. If the law of one were not the law of bum, it wouldn't smell like that. And because it smells like that, it doesn't work like that, which is why you'll find all these people out there with the law of one going like, I did everything in the law of one. It didn't work. Well, of course, because it's like, it's an A, B, C, D, E, F thing. And when you're dealing with something as simple, it's like painting a painting or writing a song, right? You don't paint a painting by going tick, 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 done. No, it's a progressive journey of creativity. And manifestation is a progressive journey through creativity. And thus it creates. And so what it creates is the potential, that we wish to draw forth from the consciousness field of matter. If matter weren't consciousness, manifestation wouldn't be possible. And manifestation is most definitely possible. It's more than possible. It's probable. In fact, you are manifesting right now. Did you know that? Did you know that, ladies and gentlemen? This whole thing, look around. Yeah, you did it all. Welcome. Whoa, give yourself a good old-fashioned clap. Congratulate yourself for manifesting this universe. Good job, everybody. You're doing well. But that's really what this universe is. Like, we're manifesting it. Each one of us is manifesting an entire universe. So if you have the ability to manifest an entire universe, well, think of what that means on a very fundamental level. Did something change? Oh, right. Yes. Indy was on in two ways. So if we're already manifesting the entire universe, right, through our potential of existence and drawing that field of consciousness through a vibrational spectrum, so that consciousness that we are experiencing becomes this perspective, or this experience. And so that we can experience our consciousness in this very finite and very defined, definite way is a profound act of manifestation. And so imagine the processes that draws this from the field of thought through all the octaves of being into this puddle of causal expressions, of finite divisions between things that are all part of a singular matrix. Singular being the key word, and matrix being the substance of which it is made, the divine feminine. So I think that's like a good, like a ballpark. Does anybody have anything they want to slap onto the table? Okay, good. I just thought, okay, Indy.
Something. Yeah, as far as Law of One goes, it's something that's very close to my heart. Having met Ra at the center of the sun, or the central sun, in the year 2000, it really appealed to me. I believe that the raw material of Ra, R-A, the sun god, source mind of the primordial realm, and the creator of the universe from the realm beyond. I believe that the raw material started in 1982 when I was born, and it's said to be the social memory complex of Venus. Now, Carl Sagan was said to have discovered life in the clouds of Venus before his passing. Now, scientists have confirmed that the molecular composition of the clouds of Venus show an almost guaranteed fact that there is definitely some kind of prokaryotic organisms in the clouds, allowing for the particular composition of the molecules there that show the metabolism of prokaryotes being active there in the upper atmosphere. It's said that humans could live 30 miles above the surface on Venus, and that it's habitable there. Basically, we would have to wear some kind of a protective suit, but the pressure would be right, and the temperature might be a little warm, but within our range. However, there's a lot of sulfuric acid in the clouds, unfortunately. But it basically goes to show that it's a habitable place for life to exist. And there used to actually be oceans on Venus 750 million years ago, which makes me think that perhaps life on Earth may have been seeded from our mother planet Venus, which is our sister planet, according to astronomy now. But basically, it was in the Goldilocks zone. As the sun begins to expand further, the Goldilocks zone will extend beyond Earth and then approach Mars. Mars will soon become habitable within a period of millions or billions of years from now, at which point there will be water on the surface. And a lot of people have been kind of swept away by a lot of the stories of Mars having Martians and little green people. In the late 1800s and early 1900s, there was a craze that went worldwide when an individual thought he had seen little green men in cities and waterways and roads with automobiles and boats and flying crafts all throughout Mars because his telescope was not very high fidelity. And so when they went to investigate further, they found that there were actually some kind of watercourseways there. And so at some point, the water was active on the surface before it became frozen on the poles that is today. There very well may be aquifers beneath the surface of Mars, and perhaps even life in the subterranean realm there. But there's no atmosphere on Mars, and a lot of people that have gone along with the narrative about the nuclear explosion eradicating the atmosphere of Mars. I would like to question that with the collective, because when there's ever any type of explosion, whether that's a volcanic explosion or nuclear or hydrogen bomb explosion, it creates what's considered to be outgassing. It creates more gases in atmosphere and pressure. And so through that explosion, it not known to me that there could be a science that could explain where those gases would all leave from the orb from which they manifested. However, it is very possible. I like to keep an open mind. And if somebody has some kind of a scientific analysis that can suggest that that would be even possible, I would love to hear more about this. I'm very curious as to how that might have happened. And I'm always very interested in the mythos. To me, they're dear to my heart, the stories that come from the ancient past, sometimes channeled in the present day, which can be subject to modern translation bias. There's another form, can't think of it right now, but there are several forms of bias that can happen when individuals are translating things from an ancient past in a lost language if they don't know the phraseology of the time. But interestingly, during the Mesopotamian era, they had a phrase that they used for where the gods had come, and they said they came from sky to earth, and that they lived in the sky beyond the sky. And basically, what they were referring to particularly was that they thought that the gods lived on top of the clouds. And so at that point, our understanding of scientific nature of things was very limited. And so to them, they might not have really had a big distinction between the sky of the atmosphere and the sky beyond the atmosphere. So maybe that was referential to something beyond, and their nomenclature was not able to really have a referential aspect that could point to things particularly where they lay in the above realms. So I think, we've seen that there were Vimana in the Vedic mythos, which are sky chariots or flying saucers, UFOs, UAPs, that were used by the ancients, and that they had the power of a bomb or a weapon with the power of, I think, 10,000 suns or something to that nature. I don't know if I'm getting the numbers right. But so it is known that there were times when there were great high technology weaponry of these people, and that it was used, I think, to destroy the city of Krishna, perhaps, which has recently been found off the coast of Dwarka, India. But as far as the law of one material goes, several things about it really resonate deeply with me, particularly the idea that things are of density at their development in this different ascension stages of life and matter. So, like Shintoism, they believe that all things have a spirit, but that at a base level of materialism, where things have not really developed a mind in their development yet, they do have a spirit, but they don't have ways to observe the world yet at the first density. But as we rise to higher densities, and they consider us to be in third density right now, I feel like third density is a place where there is mind and there is focus on the body and the carnal instincts of the corporeal nature of being. And there's kind of a bifurcation, which is considered dualism in philosophy, the duality, the idea that the mind and body are separate, the idea that the corporeal lower mind is of a different nature than the higher consciousness of the ascended mind. It's connected to spirit in the upper realms. And so
a man named Isaac Bentov suggested that we're all connected in the higher consciousness, and our minds merge and have deeper understanding intuitively that we all understand together. So when we talk about some things that ring intuitively, they're most likely of the truth of the higher consciousness, whereas the lies are usually overly complex and compartmentalized and inconsistent. So when we have information that has many inconsistencies, this does not seem intuitive. It's not necessarily that it is a complete lie, but it may be a half truth. It may be that we may need to question things a little further and refine our understanding to allow it to take on that intuitive meaning that resonates with us all. So I feel like as we're rising from third density to fourth density, which is associated with the Cora zones when people talk about third and fourth dimensions, which I feel like is an obfuscation. When they've taken the New Age movement to cover up things like the inner Earth or hollow Earth with flat Earth or various other forms like the ice wall and things of the sort. I feel like they're trying to take away our attention from the original ideas that there's an underworld and that it's a sanctuary of the gods. And they've been trying to discourage us from understanding this for a long time. And so there's also the idea that they're obfuscating the densities as dimensions. Although they hold a similar parallel, I feel like they're trying to take our attention away from understanding the densities of things. But once we've come into fourth density, we'll be able to work through the issues that we have with our character defects, overcoming the shadow, the vision that we have been given from egoism. The delusion of separation has allowed us to suppress emotions that are not encouraged by our peers and our families and by our communities and by our societies through socialization in various forms. And so once we're able to finally integrate these things, it's a difficult time, it's a difficult process. We have to re-coordinate our entire worldview, our associations and circles of friends, and our understanding of our inner selves becomes finally integrated, and the splintered self finally becomes united with the overt self that's seen in the external world. So the inner self and the outer self merge to become one, and the individual then becomes whole. And through this process of unification, we end the process of projection, of egoism, the idea that others are separate and it's their fault and we can blame them for our problems, then becomes a non-issue because we then take accountability for our issues and our own spiritual development. And through this process, we then develop deep inner compassion. We realize that there's no division, that we're all united and connected as one blood, one source, one mind, and one love. And through this, we then see beyond the previous judgments that we used to have and make. And we can then understand that we can be a healing force. If we've healed ourselves within, we can then guide others to the door of self-healing. And some of the people that need that healing the most are the people that are in the darkest places. And those people oftentimes project the most and are not able to take accountabilities for their issues or realize that they even have a problem. And so I myself was in a state like this for a long time until I came into a near-death experience, was able to put away the alcohol and the tobacco and now finally the caffeine and get onto a beautiful place where I have transcended my reliances on various compounds that were dragging me down. And now I've been risen up to a place where I'm on top of the world and I feel so great. And I've been reaching out to help people in my community and around the globe. And it's just been a glorious process of awakening. And I was told by my astrologer yesterday that the time now has come to rename myself once again. This is my second spiritual rebirth, and it's all been inspired by the triple moon eclipse portal that happened on March 3rd of earlier this month, and my new name being Rocco Shamash. Rocco Bana Shamash. So as far as fifth density, that's a point where we become able to transcend the material realm, we can manifest as beings, and then return back to materialize. At that point, we can then transcend our place here and travel to the stars at our will. And so I see we have another guest with us here, and I'd like to have them introduce themselves. Maybe Franklin has a little reintroduction to add. Oh, I think you're muted, Franklin. I'm not sure.
Yeah, man. If we could all keep our mics off, except when we're talking, because I notice there's a bit of a feedback happening. Like it's mics. I find I keep my volume on a very, very low level when I'm hearing the voices. That helps as well. I've actually got like USB speakers facing that way so that it doesn't interfere with my mic. But I've also got like little volume counter I can check. But we've got Mayu that's joined us. Namaste. It's an honor to have you here, Mayu. Mayu is someone I've been connected with on Telegram for a while. He's a local Safi. Another Safi in the crew. So it's good to have a Safi in the crew. And we've had a lot of conversations on Telegram. I've liked the ideas and sentiments that he shares. He's also got his head in a very real place. It's an honor to have you here, dear Mayu. Thank you for joining the crew. Big love. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And yeah, man, welcome.
Hey, man, Shaman. Thank you very much for the invite. I've wanted to join you guys before, but, you know, life and thing gets there. And yeah, today was not only the perfect weather because rain, and the perfect space to join as well. Well, I mean, introductions, hey? Living and learning every day, and found some interesting people to share ideas with. So that would be Shaman himself, also aware of Cosmic. So hello, Cosmic. And yeah, just it's completely unprepared. So, you know, Shaman being Shaman, he shows the path and we dance along it. So let's see where it goes.
Yeah, I had no idea what we were going to talk about today. It was like a few hours ago, and I was like, "Dang, I haven't figured out the show yet. I had to sit down, I had to focus, I had to draw in, like drinking that universe. Come on, baby, come to me, and do a bit of good old cunnilingus with the universe, and get the taste of her frequency. I think this is like really a very important point of this conversation. And like you were saying, Indy, you know, there are a lot of really great things that you were saying, and loving especially the earlier parts of what you're saying. I think the New Age movement has like abducted a lot of occult cosmologies and cosmogonies and turned them into simple slapstick, what I call pantomime versions of the occult sciences. And so if you're looking for pantomime occult sciences, go to the New Age movement. They've got it all on tap, and it's not the right tap. It's the tap that you avoid. It's the tap that you don't touch. When you're going into a public bathroom and you see a little sign going "shot tap" and it's got what looks like chocolate sauce all over, you avoid that tap. That's the New Age tap, as the metaphor goes, and it's always on tap, unfortunately. So I do think that, you know, looking at the way in which we are sort of being molded and sort of pushed in society these days, everything is fast food oriented. Everything is a fast solution, a quick answer. If I can't get it quickly, I'm not interested. Google something. If you don't get the answer, drop it. This is the attitude that people have. They don't understand the old-fashioned, like, dang, if I want a piece of information, I got to really work for it, right? There's a big library. It's a little box. You got to go with your fingers through all the little tickets. You got to look on the board, A, B, C, D, find the ticket. Then, okay, the ticket. Now, where's the book? You got to go on and investigate. It's like going through a maze to find the book. Finally, you find the book, right? You can't find the book. You go back to the librarian. You know, you gotta wait. And she looks at you with these funny eyes and glasses, and you know, like you say, "Where's the book?" Shh. You gotta talk softly. You know, life was very different when we were younger, and then the book that you find isn't the book that you were looking for. It doesn't have the information. So she says, "Well, maybe have you tried that library?" So you then go to that library, and you get to that library. They don't have the right book, so you then got to go to like secondhand bookshops and go crawling around in the basement, hoping that they've got big boxes, and speaking to the people who bring the books in. Can I get this book? It's not like that anymore. These days, it's just like a quick Google. You get the answer. You don't get the answer. Screw it. Move on. And I've had a big issue with a lot that I've seen on the on this thing. So much obfuscation of occult sciences, of spiritual lore, and of knowledge, and so because of the obfuscation, then everybody comes and goes, let's throw this baby in the bathwater out, and they want to throw everything out the window because you've been presented a lie. It's sort of like if someone comes to you and says to you, all you got to do is dig in the ground and you're going to come out with a big chunk of gold. And so you dig in the ground and you don't come out with a big chunk of gold, so you decide, I'm never going to dig in the ground before. But later on, someone else comes and digs in the ground, and then they dig some more, and they dig some more. They don't find a big chunk, they find a little bit. They keep digging, and they find a little bit more. They keep digging, and they find, and by the end of the day, they have a big bag of little bits, right? And you're like, dope. I thought there was no gold in the ground. Yeah, that's because you were expecting to dig and find a big chunk of gold after 10 minutes. That's not how the real world works. I think this is what we are sort of facing with the new age sort of obfuscation and counterintelligence movements, as well as all of the other BS that we have to face and deal with. The printing press, for example, right? What was it that I was researching the other day? It was about the printing. Oh, okay. I got a fun example. I was looking at the Kabbalah, the source of the Kabbalah. I am so tired of hearing that the Kabbalah comes from Judaism. It's like to the point that I want to have a bowel movement every time I hear someone saying this. And there are a lot of like really good researchers out there that do like really amazing work. Shout out Silas. He does a lot of great work. There are a lot of other people. And I hear this one little piece of information and winds me up, because I learned in Lodge's different stories, histories. And I'm like, now how do I find that here? So it's actually an obfuscative journey. You've really got to go. You got to. It's like sparring with AI. You got to catch AI with the left, boom, uppercut, boom, boom. You got to maneuver AI into a corner, get AI on the ropes, and then start handing AI the business until AI finally folds and goes, okay, there you go. And in the end, you come out with the truth. So what it was no, the Kabbalah has absolutely nothing to do with the old civilization, with Babylon, with the Akkadians, with the Sumerians. No, if you dig deeper, you will find that there is actually a system, particularly well known and documented by researchers in Arcadia, that uses Gematria. And that's where Gematria comes from. That's the oldest Gematria on this planet. And it's 1000 BC plus, way before any Jewish language even existed, right? We got to like pay attention to what's going on here. And they had a system where they had a Sephirotic system, which was a tree of life, which was a Sephirotic tree, that each Sephirotic tree had different deities, which we now relate to angels on the Sephirotic tree. And those deities all had numbers that they were related to. And the numbers were related to the words, and the Chaldean picked up the bits of the knowledge of this and turned it into our Chaldean numerology, which we all sort of has evolved through the ages to give us what we have. And when you track that information, so where did the Akkadians get that? Well, they got that from the Sumerians, right? So the Sumerians had their own tree. And we see the Sumerian tree being mentioned in one of the really well-known works. I can't think of which one it is right now. Is it it's the one where he goes swimming in the water looking for the plant of eternal life. What's his name? Can't think of his name right now.
Gilgamesh.
Sorry? Gilgamesh. Yes, it's the Gilgamesh story. And so there are references to this in the Gilgamesh story, and then there are other inscriptions. And so we can actually see that this knowledge, this law, came from a way older source, and it was just incorporated into Judaism. But actually, they weren't the only ones that had it, because you go to Manichaeism. When was Manichaeism around? Manichaeism was around in the early centuries just after Anno Domini started, right? But before Manichaeism, and Manichaeism had a very interesting tree of life Sephirotic system. They used the angels. And where did these angels come from? Well, they didn't come from the Jewish tradition. No, there's no such thing as Jewish angels. They had to go and borrow the Zoroastrian tradition. Oh my gosh, so where did the Zoroastrian tradition come from? Wow, now we've got a hybridized system, which is a very similar system of a tree of life and correspondences and numerological connections and a form of philosophy that relates all the different angelic beings to this tree of life. It's very connected to the Eastern system, right? Names are even etymological links, but they seem to be an inverted perspective, like the good guys are the bad guys are the good guys. So this is what's going on between the Persian schools of thought and the Farsi, ancient, one of the oldest languages around. And we see that this connection then is the same ideology that the Akkadians were teaching, but different. And then we have the Sumerians, who had a system, but we don't have much concrete information on the Sumerian system, but we know about the tree and we know about the associations with beings, but it gets better, right? You can take it one step forward. What's a major part of the Kabbalistic cosmology, right? Lilith. Right now, there's all this new age Lilith stuff saying that Lilith was this amazing goddess, and everybody was like, "Yay, go Lilith, go!" But when we actually look back to the earliest sources in the writings of Lilith, which are going back many thousands of years, we find that Lilith is called Lilith. Lilith in Sumerian. What is Lilith? Lilith is a evil, dark spirit related to wildness of nature, the divine feminine, that steals babies, right? Specifically, she has 273 children. I think that's the number, but she cannot have children. She has stolen those children, right? And she also seduces men, right? And she represents a danger to pregnancy and childbearing women. And so they used to do a lot of sort of rituals to keep her at bay. Right, let's step back into Judaism. Who's Lilith? Well, Lilith is a demoness in the Kabbalistic roots, and I got this not from books. When I lived in Israel, I was connected to Philippe, who is like one of the best friends of Eli Avivi from that sort of northern part of Israel. And there's a clique there called Khalil, and in Khalil there's a lot of old Kabbalists, and one of the main Kabbalists there used to teach at the University of Jerusalem, and I became close to him, and through him I ended up getting the faculty coming to spend weekends with me on Chofak Ziv, where I lived, which is like one of the most iconic special places in Israel, and I had the honor of it being my backyard. It was all mine. And I used to have these guys come spend time, and we used to discuss, and I used to get discourse with the people that were teaching the rabbis Kabbalah, right? This is get an idea of where this information is coming from. It's not coming from books. And so I got taught that Lilith, from a truly ancient Jewish Kabbalistic perspective, is an evil spirit that goes around seducing men, steals their semen, because Lilith can't have her own babies. Well, this is the same as the Sumerian story, right? And that Lilith is also a danger to pregnancy and childbearing, and that she is responsible for taking children. This is part of her. So you can see, and that's just 2 points that I'm using here to evidence the fact that this new age is giving us a whole lot of crap, and we're being taught that the Kabbalah is Jewish. It's not Jewish. The Jews just happen to keep it nice and safe. Respect to the guys. They kept it for us, but it's a heritage of Earth. It's a part of an ancient knowledge system that is multicultural, multi-language based. It comes from all different sources. The Sumerian obviously carried knowledge. We see the Phoenician baseline 22 alphabetic rungs, which became the Shemitic languages, which became most of the languages that we're using here. We even see the roots with the Coptic and the roots with the Greek, and the early Greek, which comes from Anatolia. Before the Greeks were in Greece, they were in Anatolia. There's a lot of evidence for this. So we can see that we've been obfuscated, right? We speak of the Kabbalah like it's Jewish. No, it just happens to, okay, so there's a guy in China who's driving a BMW. Right. BMW is a Chinese car. No, he just happens to have one. No. I saw people in China with BMW. It's a Chinese car. It's designed and made in China. No, it's not. It's a German car. See what I'm saying? Same idea. So I think we need to keep our minds open and free of the New Age because they've obfuscated us. And the ideas with the law of one, once again, what we get in the New Age, and when I'm speaking about the law of one, I mean, I actually haven't read all the Ra papers. I never was that strongly drawn to it. I came across them, I looked at it, I breezed through, I saw some nice parts in it. I thought, that's sweet, that's cool, but I've got my path of what I'm studying and practicing. I didn't want to get too distracted from my own jewel, so to speak. South African lingo, that means to dance. And but what we see in this sort of New Age amphitheater of what is presented, this law of one, it's like it's 3 easy steps, like wash your hands, pick your toes, scratch your butt, pop, out pops a golden egg, and I think we're living in this age of fast food, easy access to everything, and we've become so enamored by how easy life has become to just get access to things. All you need is money. And well, that's the one hard thing, right? All you need is money. That's the hard thing to get. But once you got that, you can get anything. And it's a very fake sort of veneer of the world, because the world's not really designed like that, right? The world's designed that each little thing is a job in itself. Like if you went to go and live in the wilderness and you wanted to make your own toothpaste, like there's a job, right? That's going to be a job. Like you're going to need stones. First, you're going to need to manufacture a dish. Then you're going to need to use that dish. Maybe you find a skull, probably a good way to do it. Then you're going to need the round stone, and then you're going to have to crush up all of the different things that you put together and find the right flowers and the right essences and the right soapy materials in plants and mash them all up and make sure they're not poisonous. And, it's a process. It might take you the whole morning to make a bit of toothpaste. But I think this is where we're at right now. And I do agree, there is this sort of veneer that's painted on the world, and we need to sort of look a little deeper. We need to delve in, and I think this is what causes the understanding of psychosomatic connection to become obfuscated and confused, because we've got this brain-built idea that consciousness is out there somewhere there and matter is over here. We don't think that like this is consciousness. We are living in consciousness. Do my thoughts travel through the earth? I think they do. I think my actual thoughts that I'm experiencing are like wavelengths moving through the actual earth, and they connect me to you. And this is why telepathy works. No, that's not why telepathy works. It's not that simple. It's got to be like a very complicated story, actually. We need like whole chapters and whole obfuscative books, and like it can't be that simple. Maybe it is. Maybe your consciousness is actually an extension of something that's an extension of matter, that's an extension of everything, and everything's one big proverbial cosmic soup, and that our minds are able to filter through this cosmic soup and sort of draw distinctions, and everything's just a vibrational field of resonance, and we're able to pick up pitches through this vibrational resonant field and be able to tune in like a radio to different radio signals, and the radio signals are moving throughout the entire Jello machine. I don't know. I've had quite a rant. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think you're spot on about all that, and you're right on the money. I feel like the New Age movement is for some people a way to branch out of organized religion, and in that sense, it's helping liberate people from the fear and fear conditioning narrative. But it's also pushing them into a narrative that's a little bit moved away and bifurcated from the truth of our deeper understanding, that's kind of been infiltrated with misinformation and disinformation that can lead people into kind of a limbo world where it's really not rooted in something that's real. It's kind of rooted in something that's pushed away. It's got bait of half-truths in there, which can help people question things and learn from that. But if they don't question it, they can kind of be brought into a similar thing that's basically Scientology. So I feel like Scientology, we had Lord Zeno, the Star Commander, military general of the Galactic Federation. Now with the Star Seeds, we have Lord Ashtar, the Star Commander, military general of the Galactic Council. And so it's a little different, not that much to me. But one of the things is that like Star Commander Ashtar, like it's not that far from the idea of Yahweh being a wrathful, judgmental, misogynistic, punishing, slave mongering, war mongering, basically childish and immature god that's very dark and dismal. And it's like, how are you a god if you're so like immature and ridiculous? You have so many transgressive traits about you, very jealous. Why don't you get over that envy and start to be a little bit more understanding? But the Lord Ashtar is like a military general, so they're gonna like go to war in space. Like, I think part of going to space is that you're gonna be a loving visitor, be able to be granted the technologies to be able to travel beyond. Because if you wanted to be able to go out and destroy everybody in space, who's going to give you that technology to ascend into the stars and go wreck everything? I don't know. But, there could be a better side to it I just haven't come across. But some of the interesting things that I've heard from the Starseed movement, which is also known as Voyager, are the idea that in Hawaii they found a boat that was very ancient from the Mu civilization inside of a volcano. And like little tidbits like this fascinate me because of my anthropological studies of mytho-anthropology, which is actually becoming confirmed. We've had these legends of things that are now being found to be scientifically understood, like the idea of Mu and Lemuria and Kumari Kandam, which is in the middle of that, and Atlantis and the various artifacts that we found, and the genetics of the people that have been able to come across the seas from very vast different places, vast distances. Um, we've seen that there was a time where the sea level was much lower during the Ice Age, and there are many land bridges that don't exist today. Also, that people came by the sea from what's known as Sundaland, which was a continent in Oceania on the continental shelf off the coast of Australia. And the genetics of the people there are connected to the people in Western South America that never went up the Bering Strait and down through the North America and Central America. They just kind of showed up there on the coast of South America. Shows that there's a connection where the people were able to travel on a land bridge between places like Rapa Nui or Easter Island to Hawaii, to the Pacific Islands and things like that, that are beyond over in like Malaysia and Polynesia and Micronesia. And so it's interesting that we find that this genetics of the Japanese people have Aborigine genetics. They also have Siberian genetics as well. So they have European and Aborigines coming through, integrating with the Asian that came over from the China mainland. And so that's a very fascinating culture there. And there's just so much going on. There's a lot being done to figure out what's going on with the Denisovans, which was a newfound ancestral similar hominid that's part of our genome that like the Neanderthals, lived after we all diversified from Homo heidelbergensis, which was the one that came up from Africa into the Middle East and then branched out to Europe and Asia. And the Aborigines were some of the first to travel the farthest out into Australia and stuff. Probably during a time of an ice age, which allowed them to travel through there, or by sea, perhaps. But there's so much going on with all that. And the Denisovans were found recently, within the past decade, that have had ceremonial jewelry and domesticated horses 40,000 years ago, which lines up with the story of Poseidon having domesticated dolphins and horses 40,000 years ago. And previously to that, we thought the dogs were the first domesticated animal about 12,000 years ago. So that's more than 3 times longer ago than the domestication of dogs. And so those people were likely to have had origins that were also, in the places in the sea that are now below the ocean on the sea floor. And we've actually found the lowest one of those is found off the coast of Puerto Rico, where there is a crystal pyramid that's very low, I think 1,000 feet or 300 meters underwater there. But Randall Carlson suggests that what happens is when the water hits the land and starts to rise, the sea level rises, some land will actually then sink down lower from the pressure and the weight of the water upon it, depending on how much permeability of the land there is below the surface. So it could have been at a higher place and then it became lower from the pressure of the water. But it also could have been much longer ago when the water was much lower than it is today, allowing much more travel to be done. And interestingly, the Mesopotamian tablets, there were 7 tablets of the Pneuma Elish. They said that part of a planet that was destroyed, that's now the asteroid belt, flew and crashed into us. So it was the upper waters that landed on Earth. And so there may have been a time where more water arrived here from beyond, maybe carrying life forms with it as well. And they could have observed this through transcending time with deep meditation and astral projection and out-of-body experiences potentially. But we found that now the oldest living life form in the world of the animal variety, multicellular organisms, is now thought to be the octopus from over 350 million years ago. And they're pretty amazing. And so I've had some channeling experiences where I've found that the octopus is similar to some of the life forms that we find in the ice moons of Enceladus and Europa, of Saturn and Jupiter, respectively. And that they're actually, we find that they're able to not have DNA, but they have RNA, and they can change their genes according to their needs for adaptability. So they're highly adaptable and able to do incredible things, as many people have seen. So I'm just kind of ranting at this point.
Yeah, it's interesting you guys both bring up the whole new age like thing, because I think like on the surface level, you're right, it is very kind of like benign and kind of like happy-go-lucky. But I think there's a kind of a hidden darkness like within it, because in those same new age groups where you have all the, you know, the happy namaste, there's also this like the sense of like there's an apocalyptic element to it of like, you know, the promised times are coming, you know, the Anunnaki and the reptilians are controlling the world, and they're, you know, putting like mind chips in your stuff. So there's a darkness there too, just like with any other religions. And I think a lot with also like Christianity and Judaism, I think there's also an aspect of using like guilt and emotional manipulation to control people. I mean, I think in a lot of ways it still has a lot of the toxic aspects of religion, just not in the more in a overtly pronounced, you know, sort of way. And I think when it comes to like thinking about like what the new age is, I mean, if you really think about it and you want to just kind of like distill its very essence, it's like it's Eastern ideas filtered through a kind of a shallow Western mind. And it's like there's, when it comes to the new age movement, and you see it's a lot of theatrics, it's a lot of spectacle, but there's not really any substance to it. Like it's like if you read one of these kinds of texts, you'll hear a lot of like flowery language, a lot of poetry, and maybe it's nice, but there's no actual information here. There's no actual like things that I can consume and digest and learn and gain a deeper understanding about the world around me. A lot of it is just kind of this like sort of emotional, you know, wallpapery kind of thing where it's like in a lot of ways it's all just a sort of about the color and the spectacle, but there's no real like calories or nutritional content in these concepts and these this information. It's very kind of like, it is very, like you say, like kind of like a fast food sort of occultism where it's just kind of like, you know, in one thing, because it's not really about the work or actually like, you know, improving yourself. It's basically, you know, if I have this star sign, if I have this particular leader, if I believe in this specific thing, you know, pots of gold are just going to fall from the sky, and life is going to be perfect, and I don't have to do shit, you know? There's no real work, there's no introspection. Whereas I feel, and the other thing too is I've been thinking about ego death lately. Like this whole concept of like, you know, being under like, oh, I took a psychedelic and now I have an ego death and I've transcended myself. And I realized like that's not an ego death, man. An ego death is that point in your life where you really kicked off of your pedestal and you're like, you think you're the shit, you think you're on your high horse. And because you don't really like believe in that, like, you know, that stupid, ridiculous version of yourself, you know, you don't feel like you have to defend that version of yourself anymore. And it doesn't have that sense of like, you know, happiness and glee that most people think it is. It's more just kind of like a sobering of reality where, you know, things are just sort of more clear and distinct, not necessarily good or bad. It's almost like, for me, it's like it's kind of neutral. But, you know, I digress. And I think when it comes to the New Age, and, you know, it's sort of like it's hollow aesthetic. And in a lot of ways, what it does is it kind of just hollows out every religion it kind of touches. It sort of takes it and kind of creates like a cardboard cutout version of the thing. It's like you go to like a theme park, and there will be like a castle, right? And on the outside, it looks like this elaborate castle. But then you look on the other side, it's just a bunch of like wood and boards. And it's like, you know, it's just totally hollow. It's the whole castle is just a facade. And I think the New Age movement in a lot of ways is kind of like that, where it has this very elaborate surface on the outside. But then when you actually go through on the door and look on the inside, it's just a bunch of, you know, wood paneling and styrofoam. And there's nothing really special actually going on.
I have to agree with what he's saying there, but so many topics have been covered, so let's stick to the New Age one, which is quite an interesting one. But what you have to look at there is this Western filter that we're sitting with at the moment. So quite a few years back, we were all taught, you know, we're all equal, which, yes, on the surface again it's a beautiful thing, because we're all human beings and we are equal in many ways. But the moment that everything becomes equal, everything becomes the same, you lose your sense of individuality along with it. If it goes too far, which everyone's special, so no one's special. So there's no rough edges. It becomes very smoothed down, very sanded down. And the moment that that actually happens is you lose your sense of discernment. Now, what I've seen from people and intelligent life, even the octopi that he's mentioned, is discernment goes a long way. Discernment is probably one of the cornerstones of consciousness to look at. So once we've fallen into the everyone's the same, any intelligent being will panic internally. And then, having lost my individuality, we need special labels, because now everyone is no longer the same. Everyone has to be special. So you'll get your more woke movement coming along. A good example is the Heyoka from the Lakota tradition, which is your, one could say, your contrary shaman. They bring healing through bringing shock, through bringing you out of where you need to be. And if anything, that's probably what we would need in this world currently, because most things have become a stereotype. And aside from things becoming a stereotype, most things have become marketed. That's the big thing in Western culture that I have to get through. Everything has been personalized. It's not the Heyoka as a concept. It is now you are a Heyoka empath, which can become pretty popular as well. But that comes down to culture as well. I mean, one thing that keeps repeating is, one could say, the Sky Father in mythology, which is repeated again and again and again, which is more universal. But if you want to boil it down, narrow it down to something like the Western perspective, you would have to look at the, let's look at the Sami languages. So Norway, Sweden, Finland, they actually have up to 300 unique terms just for snow. So to them, snow is actually quite real, it's quite personalized. And in the West, all of those ideals have been boiled away by We're All the Same, and is now being brought back from everyone and anything, which is the difference, as Shaman said, between having a library and going to books and everyone being able to publish now. So anyone can say, I am a this, I am a that, the showmanship that Cosmic mentioned as well. And I think that's one of the problems in looking for truth, it's become too personalized to actually see through. It's not just a Western lens, it's the lens of trying to find discernment and individuality that we might have lost, if any of that makes sense.
It totally does, Mayu. And could I ask you a huge favor? Is it possible to try and sit a little closer to the mic when you're talking? I've got a feeling that it will give a clearer sound. I don't know if it's a phone or a laptop. Oh, you've got a mic. Okay, cool. Just when you're talking, and we'll see, because it seemed like there was a bit of echo. And I know, like, these mics are intelligent, the AI, it makes them louder if you're further away. And so I always try and keep my face like the same distance. It's hard. I screw it up all the time. But I agree with what you're saying, you know, that's like a really interesting point. That's, you know, the way that we boil away things that aren't relevant to our own. Oh, wow. A Gotham. I forgot you by your food bowls. I must go and put him in his bedtime for his little guy. It's getting dark out here. Oh, here he comes. Oh my gosh. A Gotham. Okay, Daddy, we're going to put you into bed now. You were eating nicely. So I think this is a big thing, the way that we do this, and it's a natural instinct. It's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because like, I have no use for snow here in Cape Town. Like we don't know what snow looks like. So to have a personal relationship with snow isn't really possible. But we've got a personal relationship with the wind and the draft and the breeze and the gale, and, you know, there's probably a lot of other colloquial terms for wind, you know, just as an example. And maybe in other places where they don't have much wind, they'd only have one word for wind because it's not a big deal, right? The wind's not so much of a big deal here. I bet in the States where they're having all that like heavy winds that rip their houses to pieces, you know, they might feel a little more personally connected to the wind than we do here. But I think that that's a valid point, and it's an interesting perspective when it comes down to looking at the occult and the mythologies and the mysteries, especially as it relates to the understanding of this psychosomatic connection, which, you know, is really what religion seems to be trying to sort of point a finger at, and understanding how, and you mentioned the burning books, like that was the first thing that was done. I'm watching the last series of Stargate with my boy, SG1. Oh my gosh. We've gotten through the whole of SG1. My boy loves SG1. And I mean, like, hats off to them, right? They've done a really bloody brimming good series, because it gives you a basic door in for a child into loads of mythologies, right? Everything from Sumerian to Akkadian to Egyptian to Norse to, you know, and he even knows the names of many of these. Like he's like, oh right, yeah, that one, that's Ra. That one's, oh, this, yeah. So it's quite cute. But one of the things is that they've got the Ori people, and I think this is related to ancient myths about the Orion, the beings from Orion, and they came to invade. They want to invade the whole galaxy, and they're basically religious fundamentalists. And the first thing they do when they get to any planet is they burn all the books, right? We've seen this happen here, right? This is basically what's been. In fact, speaking of this, we know about the Crusades and the book burning adventures, and they had lots of fun burning books, didn't they? But they're burning books now. You guys need to understand this. Like in the UK, one of the things I used to do, now I'm in the UK, what is called a squat breaker, right? If you need a squat broken, you get somebody with my kind of, I'm really like good at night. Like you could put me in the darkness and I can move around. I can see, I feel comfortable. I notice things in the dark that other people won't notice in the dark, probably because I lived in the darkness a lot in the jungles and didn't use lights and stuff. So I learned to like survival, keep my eyes in the dark field. And so I used to like crack open. And one of the things we were cracking open for squats, and the reason it's so important is because you don't want to break in and enter, right? So you want to see where there's a window that's open that you don't have to break in. And it might be on the second floor or the third floor. And then you've got to figure out how we're going to get up there And then you got to figure out other buildings and how to get from that building to this building. And you got to take a plank with you because you got to walk the plank between buildings. It's pretty scary. Sometimes it's pretty exciting. It's pretty adrenaline. I used to enjoy that part of it. And anyway, try and get to that window so you don't break in. Take legal possession of this empty building lawfully without any laws being broken and change the locks. It's now a squat. Put up your official documentation, turn it into a squat, and then use that as an activist base. And we used to basically get all the books, right? And we used to get the books. We used to take them onto the streets, and we used to hand out the books to the public and tell them to take them home and keep them for the kids. You know why? Because all of those books have been put in warehouses in the UK. Now, I don't know if this is the same in other countries. I know the US is also closing libraries. But in the UK, they had all these warehouses of books. And once they put these books in the warehouses, they lock them away and they get left there. And they get eaten by mold. They get eaten by whatever. And at some point, they've got all these books they don't know what to do with. And the books end up going to paper recycling or getting burnt or whatever. So it's your duty to realize that you need to take action with regards to books and that the books are not safe. Even the books in your local libraries, when the libraries close, what are you going to do about it? Because those books are going to be burnt, metaphorically burnt. And they're not literally standing there burning the books, but they have a more clever and deceptive way. And this is because those controllers that have got control of the earth at the moment, they want us all digitalized with our digital IDs and our digital AIs telling us the digital truth. And once they've got us off books onto the digital and we no longer have a backup of books, they can change the truth. They can change the books, right? Because memory is a fickle thing. They can change the books. They can say, well, this book has changed some of the text. And they can republish the book and republish the book and republish the book and republish the book and make sure the old ones get removed from the AI Google so that when you finally read that book, it's not the same book anymore. So this is what I see us happening around us right now. It's not in the old days. Yes, the Crusades happened. Yes, they loved burning books. It was their favorite. You can't go down there, buddy. It's cold down there. No. That's an Anna place waiting to happen for a cockatiel with an attitude. Yes. So the same idea of burning books is what's going on. And I think they want to strip us of our knowledge. And part of the stripping of our knowledge is so that we do not understand this connection between the psycho and the somatic, because if you do not understand the connection between the psycho and the somatic, you will not realize that the thoughts that you think affect your physiology, that the emotions that you hold affect your organs. And when you realize that your health isn't optimal, you'll go to a so-called doctor, which I don't think are doctors anymore. When I was young and I went to a doctor, wow. They did a full physiological examination, man. They used to check everything, not just your blood pressure and your heart rate. They would check, you would take off all of your clothes and they would do a full body examination. They would be tapping the nerves all around your body, man. They would check your entire nervous system and they would be doing all sorts of tests. And they would be checking your nails, your teeth. They'd be checking your gums. They'd be checking your eyes. They'd be checking, be sitting with a questionnaire asking you how many bowel movements you had this week and what time and how regular and how they were, and asking about the consistency and did you urinate today? What time did you urinate? How many times? How much urine did you pass? Is this your usual pattern? Is this a normal thing? Is it every day? How much water do you drink? You know, they would ask a medical examination. If you went to the doctor, it was a 20-minute operation, right? These days you go in, you sit down for 2 minutes. They take a look at you and they prescribe you antibiotics or they prescribe you some other medicine. And so we're living in an age where control is chemical. They're controlling our brains with drugs. They want us dumbed down. They want us stupid, because the more dumbed down and stupid we are, the more they can change the texts, the more they can change the world, and the more we become just doped out. We don't know what's happening, and we will no longer be able to keep track of the change that's happening around us. And then we will wake up one day in a world where the legislation has turned itself upside down and we will own nothing and we will be happy. So be aware.
I quite agree with that, but I think Howard 888 is bringing up a very interesting point about the book burning, because you can't just think of it as getting rid of knowledge. It's also the obfuscation of it and making it hidden. You put one term on the internet often enough and surround it with nonsense, well, that's what people are going to think that term means. So it's also a good point to just bring up around the book burning. And yeah, Sean, just let me know if the microphone is better now, or if it's still doing the echo.
Yeah, some of the books that have explored a near future where that kind of thing Franklin was mentioning has already happened include A Brave New World, and there's also a film that's called also The Giver, as far as books go. There's also a film called Equilibrium that's it's very much about blocking people's emotions with like a forced pharmaceutical regimen, and the burning of all books and artwork. Also in the movie it's about Guy Fawkes, and he's throwing a revolution in England to shut down the CCTV and the control of the information. People aren't allowed to have books, and if they have books, they get thrown in jail. And I think it's a girl that's stumbles upon this individual. She might be a reporter, and he kind of saves her life and gets her out of that stuff. And he wears the Guy Fawkes mask. And it's about the 5th of November. Do you guys know what movie I'm talking about? I'm trying to think of the title.
I know what you're talking about, but it also freaking eludes me. It's like should be like it's like, oh man, I know this one is like. I know the movie you're talking about. I know what
V for Vendetta.
Yeah,
that's it. Is. Thank you, Frank.
Yeah.
So Ray Bradbury says that they don't need to burn the books to stop us from understanding the truth, but they just need to make us stop reading them. And so it kind of alludes to the idea that we have these devices. There's so much more dopamine fixing, where we just like, if we get away from the book, from the devices, and we go back to a book and do things that are more natural ways to get our motivations and our dopamine from doing things that are more healthier, we can fix our dopamine conundrum that we've been kind of stuck in these devices and these screens, because it's so much more stimulating to like look at and scroll through a bunch of different materials and get all these notifications coming in, be able to communicate people that aren't really here with us now. It makes things seem like they're so much more exciting, but at the same time, it's addictive, and it takes away from thorough research and understanding and use of the imagination. So when you open a book, your imagination starts to be able to unravel and explore possibilities and start to create new ideas within your minds, and you develop questions, and you have time to think without being drawn to go to the next thing and go to the next thing. It's very overstimulating to be with these devices and screens, and they've kept us from actually going in and doing like real research and finding the deeper hidden knowledge and wisdom in the books that hasn't made it to the internet. And a lot of times on the internet, there's like a recap of that stuff, like just a quick synopsis of like what it involves, but it doesn't go really into the depth of the deeper meaning involved. So I think a lot of my work, I've read these books. Right now I'm reading Asclepius, which is the discourse of Hermes to Asclepius, who was I believe the son or grandson of a great doctor who was famous that had his name. And so he's represented by the medical symbol, where there's one snake that goes up a rod, whereas Hermes is representative of the caduceus, where there's the two snakes of the masculine and feminine, snakes of the sacred masculine and the sacred feminine, climbing from the root chakra up to the crown chakra, at which point they have the wings at the top, and there's an orb at the top, which represents the sun of illumination, or the primordial source, where they can return back to source by the sacred union. And at first I was always thinking, oh, this Asclepius rod is ridiculous. They took out the female snake? Well, why do this? Maybe this is just a fallen patriarchal obfuscation. But when opening the book of Asclepius, I was astounded. There's so much deep wisdom involved there. There's a prophecy of Hermes of today that was written thousands of years ago that is spot on about the destruction of nature, that Egypt would become a desert and the people would vanish from the world, and that the people that are the vestiges of Egypt would be the people that understand the teachings of ancient Egypt and carry them in their heart. But the people themselves don't really seem to be there. The culture has been lost, replaced by Islam or something else. But how? Where did they go? Like, what happened? It's just such a perplexing thing. He also talks about how the children would be dispassioned by organized religion, and the stories carry no meaning because they've begun to worship a statue that doesn't really carry any wisdom or understanding, but it's said to be able to enact fear and do the justice for us while we sit on the couch or sit on the bench. And this kind of thinking is articulated in a book called The Simulacra and the Simulacrum by Jean Baudrillard, famous philosopher, that said that basically there's the actual world, and then there's the map that we make that's modeled after the world that is supposed to represent it. And people get carried away with the map. They forget to know that there's actually a real world from which this map was based, and don't actually end up being able to take steps out into the world with personal experience and see like what that world entails and how it feels to travel in it. So they might know all the routes that they're supposed to use to get to somewhere, but do they go there? You know? And so once you take root and you step out of your cage and you go out into the world and explore, then you start to really discover the magic of things. And through taking steps and practicing life experience and putting to use the principles that you may have learned in a book, and the ideations and the ideologies and the idealism that you have been able to learn through your research, then see how it plays out in the actual life when you get to put it into application. That's how you develop wisdom from the knowledge that you have. And through that wisdom, we can share with others our experience and the insights of what's reasonable and what's practical when it comes to trying to apply our systems of knowledge. And it's been a very beautiful exploration for me. For a long time, I've been very much of a hermit, recluse, just bookworm type of individual, keeping my head down and taking many notes. But lately, I've been able to go out and establish more dialogues, which is something I just love to do. Now, when I was in college, I would always have these dialogues with the professor and spark their interests of their passions. And this other students would get frustrated and say, "This is not even on the syllabus. Like, shut up, talk to them after class." And so I learned so much from a discussion and a dialogue, more than even reading the books. But sometimes it's not even relevant to the test material. But I just have a passion for understanding, and passion for truth, and a passion for wisdom. So it's good to be able to get out there and talk, which is why I love this show. Talk to everybody at the round table and have an audience to give us feedback in the comments. We really appreciate everybody out there that watches the show.
Guys, you guys are cracking me up here. And Vince, as always, you guys are on point, man. I love watching your conversations here. And I see you're very active in the chat, hey? Shinobi 1 Kenobi. Oh, I told Shinobi, just check this out. I want us to sound test this. I said to Systematic Zoo that he should call himself Shinobi 1 Kenobi. And he was like, nah. I don't know, you guys in the chat, you tell him what you think. Is that not the coolest name? If I was Shinobi, I'd be like Shinobi 1 Kenobi. And I'd write it Shinobi 1 Kenobi. So it would be like the letter 1, the number 1 in the center, like, you know. Anyway, tell tell Systematic Zoo what you think. If you think it's a cool name, I think it's a cool name. But you know what you were saying, a couple of the things that you were saying, and what you guys have been saying. I had to take little Agarthan and put him into the cage, and he was like fighting me. I'm like going, dude, you're going to bed now, bedtime. It's like having another child. And my boy has been misbehaving today. I've been having to really pull out the proverbial rod of this is how it is. I'm laying it down. But the idea that you were expressing a minute ago, and I'm trying not to lose the thread, Indy, where you were basically pointing out, that they just have to stop us from reading. That's all they got to do. And that is an interesting point. And I think they've stopped that we can break that out. We can take that bread and we can open up the loaf and see what's inside it. And I think, like, from a connection perspective, it seems to hold a correspondence with other ideas, where you can take the notion of believing that you are in a flesh puppet, and that this flesh puppet is controlled by the brain. And I think this is the materialist, like, wet dream that everybody's been sold, and not recognizing that the brain is just really a system. It's like an electrical grid system, but like the input for that electrical grid system comes from elsewhere. It's the same as like a computer, right? You could say that, well, I've got a computer here, and this computer controls my email. No, it doesn't. I control my email. The computer just gives me the cables that I can pull, like the puppet strings, to control it. I'm the one controlling it, not the computer. The computer does nothing. I do everything. I just use the cables or the proverbial channels that the computer opens up for me so that I can make the choices. And I think the brain is like a computer. It doesn't do much. It doesn't think much. It just carries the thoughts that we put into it. But the ideas come from us. And somebody was saying that you I think it was you that was saying, you cannot harm an idea, right? And I think it came out of the chat somewhere. Was it Howard or whatever? And an idea is something that's quite a powerful. It's got a powerful place in our world because it's not objective. I think the subjective things in life are really profoundly powerful, and it's where the feminine lives. And we've been so overtly masculinized to the point that we're emasculated. There's a little bit of a play on that. Got to laugh at it, right? The fastest way to become emasculated is to become overtly masculinized to the point that you deny your feminine, because like your feminine is what gives you the empathy. It's sort of like a ship with really big sail but no rudder, right? Or a ship with like an amazing rudder but no sail. I mean, where the hell is this thing going to go? How's it going to get around? You really need the rudder and the sail in order to operate, and there actually needs to be a proportion. And the rudder and the sail need to be proportionally. If the rudder is too big and you try and turn it, you're going to flip your boat if you're going too fast, right? So the rudder has to be proportionally correct size in relation to the speed that you're going to travel, in relation to this the sail that you've got. There's a calibration that's necessary in order to have a functional ship or a boat. And I think that's the same for human beings, that, this overt use of the masculine, the ray. And you were mentioning the single serpent rod, right? The single serpent rod. And I think the single serpent rod represents not the principles. Okay, so like to break this down, the occult symbol would be a single serpent rod. But then that occult serpent symbol would be not occulted and actualized as two serpents, because that single serpent actually is two different principles at work, right? So a mystical idea is that I'm going to go and drive a car, right? It seems like a singular thing, but it's not. It actually involves having to steer the car and having to control the motor. So there's two things happening, right? But from a conceptual perspective, from a more esoteric and occult perspective, it's a singular action, but it's actually not a singular action. There's two very distinct things happening. And if the engine's going too fast and you're not steering, it's back to the same story of the ship with the sail and the rudder. What's the difference really? And so in the sense, like when we speak of metaphysical notions and we consider what it means to have a singular serpent rather than representing the two serpents that we're more accustomed to, that means that we're looking at things from a more subjective delineation, in as much as that the divine feminine unifies everything. The divine feminine unifies the world. It's a singular cup, and it catches that cup. It catches everything in its cup, and everything in its cup becomes part of its proverbial ocean, where the masculine is like a continent that juts out of the ocean and separates one ocean from another, right? Because it becomes a land mass, a barrier, a boundary. And so these boundaries that we represent by like the masculine is really related to the differentiation, right? So the divine feminine is the singular mass and the singular source and the singular of everything. And that singular source of itself manifests as two, right? This is where the conundrum of inversion happens, which I think is an important idea to conceptualize and understand. And the masculine that ends up producing the boundaries, right, moves towards singularity because it has a singular goal, and that singular goal is its mission to produce the boundaries, which is metaphysically a singular goal. So you can see how there's this conundrum why different cultures have become confused about the relation of the masculine and the feminine. It depends on perspective. The masculine holds within it the feminine holds within it the masculine. They aren't really separated. They're actually like one expression of these two dynamic principles as a single serpent. But when you want to delve into the mechanics of how this operates, you have to recognize the two divisions of polarity, because that is how the operation is achieved. The same as like me driving a car conceptually, or me actually the operation process. I need to have two things happening, right? One thing for one aspect of the driving and another thing for another aspect. And so there's also another element to consider when we look at the symbol in a very like more subjective way, right? The idea that that we are looking at how the masculine operates. Because the masculine operates as a singular route, it's pure intellect, it's pure rationalization, right? And that rationalization produces separation, and that separation is the man has to spread the woman's legs in order to, achieve his singular goal, right? And so he has to split her oceans asunder. He has to open up the division and produce the division so that he can jump in there and have his singular goal in life. And the man has a singular goal, right? It's very simple. It's like, you got to like get this thing to like, you got to pull the trigger. The man wants to pull the trigger, right? The woman's all about, like the process, like, hey, the process, that like, what's the whole mechanics behind this whole trigger pulling adventure? So these two principles are sort of like quite separate, but quite singular in a sense. And when we look at the idea of the singular serpent, I think it relates to how overtly intellectual and how overtly masculine we would become, and that we would become totally masculinized, and in the process, we would become, emasculated. And then the idea of emasculation represents on a subjective and symbolic level the loss of power, right? Being stripped of our power. And we are being emasculated from a legislative perspective. We're being stripped of our power. We're being stripped of our ability to choose, right? And choice is related to masculine idea, right? It's the separation, like A and B, which one do I want? And once I've made that choice, I'm then once again singular, right? I've made my choice. This is where I am. The woman don't need a reason, right? The man needs a reason. This is like the metaphor, but it seems to stand quite true to life. And I think that's a very interesting point that you picked up there, Indigo, because it relates to our idea of this mystical, occult, psychosomatic relation, right? We've wanted one singular idea that represents everything, but life isn't like that, right? Life doesn't give you one simple, singular idea that like this is matter, this is all it is, and that's what it is, and this is how the brain controls everything. That doesn't add up. We need to approach this with our intuitive potential and our emotional intelligence to be able to draw forth from the conceptual pond of understanding the beginnings of the psychological state that has become this physical incarnation of experience. And in order for us to be able to achieve this, we need to be able to pull at many threads. And that means pulling at many threads means being multitasking. And it's not a very masculine thing to do, right? Multitasking is a very feminine thing. Because the feminine isn't so obsessed with drawing the distinctions between A and B, they're able to accept A and B at the same time. They don't need a reason. They don't need to make a choice. It's the male that needs to choose. And but because the male is so obsessed with choosing, it's the female that ends up making the choice. Isn't it ironic how these things work in juxtaposition, right? What we are and what we do often tends to be a direct contradiction in terms, which is quite interesting, right? And I think like that idea of the singular serpent also sort of is an ode towards a subtle ode, and this is a stretch, but let's roll with it. A singular source of power, a singular source of information, a singular source, the Western model that educates all of our children, a singular great Our Father, All Father, Sky Father, whatever we want to conceptualize it as, that gives us the truth. And these days, that singular source of information is the AI. And the AI is programmed by the same group of people. It's vomiting the same nonsense. It leaves the same stains on the wall, right? And so everybody is being sort of brainwashed in the same way with the same BS so that we can become homogenized. And so what do? They homogenize our food. They homogenize our information. They homogenize us to the point where our cultures get wiped away because they don't want our verbal cultures to survive, because every culture has its verbal knowledge that has been handed from grandparents and parents, and the elders of our tribes have given knowledge that is carried through our bloodlines. They don't want that. They want us to leave that behind and take on their new singular teacher, God, whatever we want to call it. And that's our source of truth. And that source of truth today is the Google-eyed monster, right? And the Google-eyed monster is the sort of the proverbial face, the front man of AI, if you want to consider it like a really deranged and dodgy band that we have to listen to. So, I think that's a very interesting symbol, and I think it does relate to why we are so deranged and not understanding that there is this fundamental connection between our physical and our spiritual selves. And we've been taught to think of our spiritual selves as being separate. You need to go to a special building. Oh, special building. Yeah, you need to go to a special building to get spiritual connection. Oh, right, I can't do it yet. No. And then you need a special person with a special book, with special words to give you that spiritual information, instead of recognizing that spiritual potential is around us and it's right here in nature, and anything that's alive is carrying that spiritual spark. And all we need to do is open ourselves to the life and to that which is alive around us. And that empathy of connection that we experience with other living beings is essentially that profound spiritual connection that dissolves the boundaries of the intellect and the logic and allows us to enter into a non-logos based form of thought and experience, which is obviously, it's a more somatic experience. And the more somatic experience gives us over to the power of Venus. And that's, I think, quite an important thing that we've lost. We've lost the power of Venus. We're all lost in this intellectual world of words and logic and what we've read and what we've learned and what we know. And we've forgotten that there is a non-linguistic form of thought that animals have, that when we connect with animals on their level, we're able to transcend the linguistic limitations, because these linguistic structures of the logos is great for conceptualizing and building thought pyramids, but it takes us away from the fundamental structure, which is ourselves and life. And that fundamental structure gives us an intuitive experience and an expression that we can tangibly touch with a visceral extension of what it means to be alive. Because we can feel it. We can feel the connection with this being, whether it's a human, a dog, a bird, bacteria. Sorry, I had to add that in there.
Yeah, connecting to nature is huge for me, and I feel like the wild animals in the world, a lot of people think, oh, they're like of lower corporeal mind. They just beasts. They just have animalistic instincts. That's all they are. But to me, I've always lived in the wilderness. Like when I was a child, I kind of got lost in the shuffle of my younger siblings, and I had a lot of fun in the solitude of the beach nearby, looking at the ocean life, the horseshoe crabs crawling up on the shore, in the forest, seeing the squirrels and the groundhogs and the skunks and raccoons, and I used to go out at nighttime a lot too and see the wilderness at the night and the day. And I always talked to the birds. And when I played soccer when I was a little kid, I started at age 5. I was usually too caught up like watching the butterflies and the hawks, like, look, and everyone's like, the ball's right by your feet, like kick it. And I just so fascinated by nature, it kind of take away from my immersement in society. I just was really more drawn to the wilderness. But the animals were able to always communicate to me with their eyes, like volumes of wisdom and understanding. And later on, I found books of shamanic interpretations of the animals and their messages. And I feel like they're, like, to me, they're like the angels manifest as animals, and they're way more ascended in events than us, and their thrival and the harmonic balance in the natural environment, whereas we just experience mere survival and struggle in that. And I think they're trying to guide us to understanding of ourselves and the ability to integrate better with nature and immerse ourselves in it. And there's nature therapy and art and music therapy, and nature is music and art. It's so complex and enriching. Like when children go out into nature, they're not stuck between 4 blank walls in a cage. There's so much for them to view and to explore there, and to see, and to start to ask questions about, and to learn, and to experience the energy of it all. It's very stimulating. There's more complexity in the natural world than these boxy cages we live inside of. And they found that the best thing for our health, that's like 100 to 1,000 times better than any medicine that's ever been known, is walking and sunlight exposure. Also, cold exposure is very helpful for the mood and motivation, but it requires being able to return to a warm environment after cold exposure. And so being able to do those things, being able to embrace the powers of nature, although they may be daunting and chaotic, being able to experience those wonderful life explorations into the wilderness, into nature, are so empowering to a lot of people. For those of us who can handle it, I think a lot of people are bothered by the fact that we don't have a coat of fur. So the sun's bothering us, the wind is bothering us, the rain gets us, the bugs are right on us. It can be a lot, And when I lived in the White Mountains of New Hampshire and in the White Mountains up there, they have these black flies that come out in the spring, and they go in your eyes and your nose and your ears and your mouth, and you kind of have to wear a mosquito net over your head. One time when I was in at Utah on the Green River, we were given nets for our hands and for our heads, and we had to wear like long sleeve jackets in the desert, and long sleeve pants because the mosquitoes were really bad by the rivers there. We were doing whitewater rafting, kayaking, and rappelling and rock climbing and hiking. You know, it was awesome, but the mosquitoes were rough. I can only imagine. I think Alaska did really bad too. But if you're prepared and you have like ways to protect yourself, since we don't have a coat of fur, it can be very helpful to have protection from the elements of nature and from the little bugaboo creatures that can get to us and stuff. But peppermint oil is a really good way to discourage them from coming near you, and it kind of burns their eyes. So it's probably not good to put directly on your skin because it can cause chemical burn. But if you put it on like your collar or like your hat in the back of your hat or something, it's really helpful for discouraging little bugs and little ticks and things from coming near you and stuff. And it smells really good too. It's fun.
Indy, have you ever watched the movie Logan's Run? Because what you're describing reminds me of a scene in that movie where they exit the dome, and I think the actress, I think it's Jenny Agutter, they're outside in the woods, and like there's a lizard like crawls up in her leg. She's like, "I hate it here," and like that pretty much epitomizes exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
But,
that's.
I wanted to mention something else unrelated that Franklin mentioned earlier, talking about the homogenization of sort of like culture and art, etc. I was actually in my YouTube algorithm the other day. I was watching some video about how churches have essentially become ugly, right? You know, they started out these very like these elaborate like stained glass sort of structure with all these saints and all these elaborate pictures to these very like brutalist, concrete, minimalist, you know. And it is interesting because like it's not necessary, because the transition for that is there's a philosophical and ideological reason behind that. It's not necessarily just, you know, we're lazy and we don't want to, you know, make something elaborate, but you know, it's a lot of this kind of this idea of like, you know, we have to be modern, you know, we have to get away from the past, you know, God is sort of evolving, and a lot of it like with when it comes to this homogenization, but it speaks to like a larger phenomenon that seems to be happening in all aspects of culture, not just in like in architecture, in music, movies, you know, like painting, etc. with AI. And we have to like also kind of like talk about when it comes to this sort of homogenization of society, and that it actually comes from a deep-seated resentment that there's a lot of these people who they don't really have perhaps that spiritual connection, and they just somehow like they see that beauty in the world and it makes them feel ugly, and there's this sort of anger and this resentment that builds up towards it. And when I see a lot of these like these art that's all about kind of like intentionally like ugly, like I'm thinking of like for example, I don't know if you're familiar with this, Franklin, you might be, Marcel Duchamp's urinal piece, where he basically at an art gallery basically just brought a regular urinal, and it was essentially like it's like an anti-art like thing. It's not even just like I'm making art mediocre. It's like I hate art, I hate beauty, and I actively want to destroy it. Like you have to understand like that ethos I think that ethos is behind a lot of the homogenization that we've been experiencing within the last, you know, 100 or so years, but has greatly accelerated within the last 10 or so.
You know, that's a very interesting point you're bringing up, Cosmic, you know. And I have a slightly different way of looking at that. And I think it comes down to something. I mean, I think there is an element of what you're saying, that there's an ideological, they want us to embrace ideological deterioration. That's what I think on a fundamental level. Because it doesn't make sense, right? Let me just like use a thing here. So what is the Church of England worth financially? I'm just curious, like how much money have they got? Okay, so yeah. Wow. I knew it was gonna be bad. I didn't know it was gonna be this bad. Oh gosh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's roll with it. Let's roll with it. You tuck and you roll. Oh, I got oil all over my face. I'm making myself look pretty because I like to look pretty. I think it's really important for men to be in touch with their feminine side. So boys, get out there and oil yourselves, make yourself look pretty. So the Church of England's total financial worth is difficult to pinpoint, but it's ranging up to $47 billion. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me right. That is 47 billion US. No, sorry. Pounds. Pounds are stronger than dollars, right? So 47 billion pounds must be, what is that in US dollars? I would say that must be about $55 billion. That's a lot of smarties, hey? Yo, that's a lot of smarties. How can you justify having that much smarties, having access to the value of that much smarties, right? And not making prettier churches, right? What is the, I think like these organizations are not what they used to be. I think in the old days, and check me if I'm wrong, the church would use all of its resources to build the most amazing cathedral that it could, right? Because that was what drew the people. But these days, the world has changed, and it's really, the church is just acting as a cash front, right? I mean, you got $47 billion worth of assets, and you didn't go to the other church like the Catholics and say, hey, we're all Christians, right? Yeah, we are. And go to all the other like 10 whatever major Christian churches and say, well, we all have money, and maybe each one of us can just put like $5 billion into a hat, and between us we could raise what, like $100 billion. I think that would basically do away with world hunger. Am I right or wrong? So what are they using that money for? Now, I happen to know that the Church of England funded, and I know this because I didn't read it, I didn't hear it, it's not hearsay. I had a team of people working at the Bank of Ideas, and our team found some documents, right? These are like very special people that are very masterful with keyboards, and they can like hack and slash their way through the internet, if you know what I mean. And they ended up getting access to these documents, and we built I just made sure that they could, but they built a very impressive structure where it was routing through like all around the world. So our internet communications were untrackable, apparently even by MI5 and MI6 and them locked. And UBS had put up a whole lot of different pieces of equipment on the building facing our buildings because they wanted to keep track of what we were doing. They couldn't track our internet, but they could track us, like locally, physically using technology. So anyway, I know, and you guys, I don't think this, I don't believe this. I saw the documents. We had to decide whether to release these documents in the media and the press. We decided not to, because it would have caused too much harm. There would have been a backlash for the Occupy crew that were on the steps of St. Paul's, right? We weren't there to cause those people there was a certain quid pro quo. There were a lot of people there. There was a lot of danger. And, at that time, St. Paul's was being, what's the word? They were being very careful in the way that they were dealing with the people there. So we didn't want to rock that boat. And besides, we were not there to pick a fight with the Church of England, because that's a fight you lose, right? Face it. We were there to pick a fight with UBS, We were very particular. We had our enemy. We knew who we were fighting with. These were not these were part of the bad guys' crew, but we were at the moment in a duel with UBS over buildings that they had lost, and the money that they had lost for the they had taken the money that they had lost, which they had made, which was the pensioners fund, and they had kept the buildings that had been part of the package, and those buildings were worth I don't know, was it a few $100 million, $400 million, something along that line. And we had taken possession of those buildings. We were using those buildings to run an activist community of communities, and using the resources that we generated and the following to take them to court to try and we're not expecting to win, to right the wrong, but at least to get enough consciousness and awareness into this so that people could start making more conscious decisions, because knowledge is power. So anyway, my point is that the Church of England was investing their money into UBS, and through UBS, some of the they were getting a high yield profit for money invested to turn over more profit from the money they had made collecting from people. So they don't just collect money from people, they collect money from people and they invest it into projects, and the highest yielding projects are, guess what they are? Guess. Illegal weapons. Is that a surprise? No. So some of the particular rockets that were launched by Israel, if you recall, they were using weapons of mass destruction in the form of what we call, the rockets that go and they split up into little rockets, and each little rocket splits up. They're called cluster rockets, cluster bombs. And they shoot one rocket into a city, and that city becomes like 50 different explosions, and each explosion takes like children, maims children without limbs. People get hurt there, people get hurt there, people get hurt there, people get hurt there, people get hurt. It's just a mass weapon that causes a maximum amount of physical harm to as many people as possible. That was funded by the Church of England. So just something to think about. And that comes from the horse's mouth, right? I was the guy in court against UBS. I was the guy who was like giving these hack and slash masters a place to work and gave them all the computers and got all the resources for them, so that we had two different computer rooms, one downstairs, which was our activist crew, and then I had another secret room upstairs behind locked doors, which no one was allowed to access. Only 7 or 8 of us that were on the case, that were the health and safety registered people in charge of the buildings, because we had to get registration. We were in court. We had to jump through a lot of legal hoops. I don't want to bore you with it. But anyway, there were only a certain number of us that had access to that part of the building, as well as the people that we gave access to, and those were our hack and slash masters of computers. And there were only 4 of those team, and we had about 25 other people downstairs working in the main computer room. So we had a special computer room built up for these guys. We've set up 8 or 9 computers for them with all the other toys that they needed. Got our donations from the public, got a lot from Occupy, got a lot from everywhere. But anyway, bottom line is that information doesn't come from some hearsay. It comes from somebody who was like in the building. And it wasn't known by everybody in our building either, right? It was only known by certain people, like maybe 40 or 50 people knew about this. The people that were like more on the case and like really involved in the more serious working groups. My point is, how is it possible that these buildings that they're building for the churches are so cheapskate while they're making such huge profits driving war machines? I think our religious organizations have lost their way and their agendas have become lost. And with that, they are basically part of a huge financial machine, which is basically driving the corporatocracy. And this is really what we're dealing with. So them cheaping out the churches, I think, is also just a simple thing. It's like, let's not waste money on it. Those idiots, they don't care. Give them a cheap old block building. They'll still give us money. We can take the money. It's better to use that money for marketing purposes, to get a really nice, shiny image. Make sure that they don't find out about the Katyushas and all the missiles that we're funding. Keep that out of the media. So we need to have a good team of people that, like, celebrity image people, managing our image for us and marketing us so that we get maximum exposure, so that we can increase the amount of people that come to us, and that way we get more money. I think it's very clear that this is the strategy these days. If you got a business, you spend money on advertising, right? That's how you make money. So the churches are businesses and they spend their money on advertising. There's no money in it for them to build a fancy building. It's all about money. What do you think? Do you think, Cosmic, do you think there's an element of that?
I think when it comes to brainwashing, I realized that, think about the actual term was actually originated by Mao Zedong, and it was literally to wash brain. The idea was you would clear away the existing thought structure so that you could basically, it's a clean template. Because I was mentioning before, because I'm thinking about this, on a more occult metaphysical level about, why they're removing all this iconography. And I realized that with this kind of minimalism, there's sort of like Indy was talking about earlier, the concept of density, right? And there's a sort of a lack of density of consciousness. And what I realize, when it comes to brainwashing, it's not just that they're injecting a false belief into you, but they are also dismantling and deconstructing the existing belief structure that you already have, so they can basically take it over. So think of it like, think of who you are is like a forest, right? And the ideologue, the powers that be, they want to build a mall. Well, they can't build a mall over your forest if the forest is standing there. They have to knock down all the trees first. Then once all the trees are knocked down, then they can build the mall on top of your soul, essentially. And that's kind of how you got to been thinking about it. Because I'm thinking about this culture right now. It's and that it's almost like it's so empty, and it's just this stark void where you really feel like you're sort of starving for something. It's almost like it makes you crave those creature comforts even more. It's almost like they make the world empty so that you have to fill yourself up to them. It's like they tell you everything is, materialist and meaningless. So then you got to go, eat a bunch of donuts because you learned that the world is meaningless. But then you think about it, if you didn't believe that the world was meaningless, and maybe you wouldn't feel like you had to eat that entire box of donuts. Maybe you could just have, a couple little donut munchkins or whatever, right? And so I think that's when it comes to it, it's like there's a masculine component to this this brainwashing thing, where there's this sort of this overemphasis on the intellect and overemphasis on sort of dry utilitarian sort of understandings of the world. But I think in the wake of that, there's also this creation of this dark feminine that's kind of sort of taken the void, if you will. And I think the more feminine side is that kind of that dark, depressing emptiness, and the masculine side is the crap and bullshit that you use to fill up that emptiness to compensate for it. So in a way, it's like they're creating a problem that and the solution at the same time. So they have the problem, which is this kind of this dark, nihilistic, myopic sort of psyop, and then their control is basically, consume our ideas, consume our products, consume our information, and there's that codependency that essentially sort of creates itself. And so I think when it comes to, understanding and I think this goes back to the original concept, the occult psychosomatic connection. I think the occult psychosomatic connection you're talking about is precisely the idea that matter is conscious, right? Matter is like a life form. It has a sort of a will, a sentience, a kind of it's a life form, if you will. And the thing is, when the powers that be want to tell us that no, matter is dead, matter is, just this kind of empty, lifeless clay. Well, then you can shape the clay into basically, whatever delusional fantasy that you essentially want, precisely because you've separated that spiritual element of it, that spiritual soul of matter, because you basically removed the soul from matter, a la, Rene Descartes. Then it becomes something empty that can be controllable. I always think back to the Neverending Story, not the movie, but the book. And there's the quote that the witch Zaid tells Bastian that basically says, anything that's empty, I can move with my will. So basically she has these mechanical like beetle robot creatures, these sort of golems, if you will. And because they're completely and totally empty, she moves them with her will. And so we have to remember that when it comes to these psyops, like, yes, there is that element of injection of ideas and false concepts, but there's also a hollowing out component. I kind of want to maybe get into divulge more into that territory.
You know, that's really interesting. And I think we'll get into the hollowing out, the harrowing hollowing out. I just thought I'd touch base with a couple of things that, you know, there's something that Natalie said. There's something that Howard said. There's something that Heath, Hearth Harbor Mermaid Pirate. That is a serious mouthful, but it's a funky name, man. What can I call you? Hearth Harbor Mermaid Pirate. Is there another name that you go by? I go by the name Franklin when I'm not whispering in bushes. Bush whispering.
Swashbuckling Tally.
Pirate, but you know, okay, so like Natalie was saying, how can it be intelligent to create all of this and so destructive? And that's an interesting question, Natalie. I think destruction is unavoidable in the process of creation. Like what Cosmic was just saying, the brain needs to be washed to be made a blank slate in order to imprint something new on it. And so in the same way, I think there has to be this force of distraction and this loss and decay in order for the new things to grow. And so there has to be this proverbial balance between these two principles in order for the wheels to keep turning, that keeps the machine ticking over, as it were. And that's a comment with what we were talking about earlier with the physical reality and the creation manifesting itself. And something that Hearth said earlier was saying, intrigued to learn what regular rituals you enjoy for tapping into your dreams. That's an interesting one. I don't dream conventionally, and I haven't dreamed conventionally since I sometimes do, very rarely. I'm normally just more aware of what's going through my consciousness while I'm asleep. I hope that makes sense. Like I'll be asleep and I'll be aware that there was this contemplation in my sleep and this information flowing through my brain. It might sound weird, but that's sometimes I have short snippet pieces of I prefer to resolve my unconscious experiences while I'm awake. And then they don't really have to happen when I'm asleep. They do happen when I'm asleep when I haven't been resolving my emotions when I'm awake. That's quite interesting. So the whole idea of dreaming is, I think, got to do with unresolved things. And I got to a point in lucid dreaming experience where I decided to just grab up and reach the whole dream and put my consciousness around the whole dream and sort of permeate into that dream to take control of every aspect of that dream. And I noticed that when I did that, the dream would just start spinning and everything would warp, and then it would like warp and dissolve, and I'd be in this black space. I'd be like, this is an interesting place. This is where I'm hanging out. So I think for me, dreaming has not been so conventional since I started doing that. Like that was like a long time ago. But yeah, what rituals and what actions, for me personally, it's very simple. It's the drum. It's the hum drum and the drum hum and the hum of the drum. Get the drum on the hum and the hum of the drum with my voice, that the choice of the words that I say when I feel all the play moving through my soul for the night and the day, and I don't know what, I just want to keep sway. Start swaying with the drum, and you don't know, Han, because you're not just sitting on your bum. So for me, it's like getting into the rhythm, the flow of the rhythm. And let the rhythm become me. Let me become the rhythm. Let the rhythm run free. Let me feel the beginnings and the endings of the flows of the serpent as she moves through my heart. And just allow my consciousness to just unwind like a big serpent and just uncoil and feel out into the entire parts of what I think are myself. Rhythm. And when I'm done with the rhythm, I go for more rhythm, and I dive deeper into the pool of rhythm, and I listen to the drum. and the sound within the sound, and the sound behind the sound from whence the sound does come, and the sounds that move as reaction to the sounds behind the sounds that are moving and dancing with the sounds, creating yet new sounds, like a big family tree, and breeding. The drum is like a population growing, and each sound is like, hey, what are you doing? Like, fancy meeting you here. What's a girl like you doing in a place like this? And all these little sounds get together, and they're like out there in their little, like, nightclubs doing their thing, breeding and making new sounds. And you'll find that a simple rhythm in the drum starts to create a whole cadence of sounds. And the deeper you go into those sounds, you notice that there's other sounds and there's rhythms within rhythms, and that sort of uncoils the brain. And when the brain gets uncoiled, then we start to like become aware of our emotions, and that awareness of our feelings, we then sort of sit in those feelings, difficult feelings, fun feelings, not fun feelings, or painful feelings, whatever the feelings. And the more we sit in those feelings, it's like sitting in water, and we allow ourselves to become saturated with these feelings until the feelings sort of drip through us. And the rhythm causes the dripping to move because everything's shaking and vibrating. And because of the shaking and vibrating, the mind stops segregating. And, it becomes a process rather of serenading. And that's when we start to just sort of, I think, find ourselves in a place of singularity, where the singular reaches into the multiplicities of being, creating a synergetic experience of singular multiplicities that's experienced in a singular way throughout the multiplicity, throughout all of the different potential states of being in the multiple bodies and the multiple dimensions, but right here, right now. So it's very hard to put into words, but that for me is the ritual par excellence. But maybe I'm a little bit what's the word? Maybe I have my proclivities, so I have the ones that I like the best. There are a lot of ones that you can do. For many years, I used to do the daily review. But if you do the daily review really well and really hard, you'll start dreaming when you're awake. By the way, yeah, you'll start learning to dream when you're awake. So you won't have to go to sleep to dream. You can dream while you're awake, and that's quite a funky way to dream, because then you're conscious of your dream, and it's an awake dream, and it's called daydreaming, and daydreaming is so much fun, especially when you can do it like pretty well. You get like, hey, like I got a daydreaming gold medal. So that for me is a big thing. And there was another message Howard was saying. What was Howard saying? Howard, consciousness is boundless fields, fractals within fractals. I like that, Howard. And I think that's really this fundamental connection between matter and thought, is this highway of fractals that produces this fundamental synergy, and that the synergy is exactly what we're experiencing, the synergetic field of consciousness. And these fractals bouncing off each other, expanding and contracting into each other. Some of those fractals lead into matter, and some of those fractals lead out of matter into the field of thought. But the whole structure is just this endless field of fractals. And it's like I've said before, if I sit and I expand my consciousness outwards, and I'm like expanded outwards through the solar system, expanded outwards through like beyond the solar system, expanded outwards to like the bounds of the galaxy, expanded outwards towards all the galaxies. It's like a cell in a bigger organism, and go beyond all of those galaxies to find the bounds of a universe, and expand that beyond the universe to the multiple universes. And then I notice that as I'm expanding outwards, I start noticing that I'm getting bigger and I'm getting bigger. And I notice that those galaxies that I'm expanding out through, those are like particles in a DNA chain. And those become cells, and the cells become that. And before I know it, I'm coming out of my own eyes, because I got so big that I came out of the most minuscule places. And I think like the bigger and the smaller are somehow fundamentally connected through this fundamental field of fractal geometry, which is the structure of the universe. And it connects the smallest things to the biggest things. And so the idea that you can see the whole universe in a grain of sand isn't just a metaphor. It's a lot more than a metaphor. So, yeah, man, 150,000% Howard. Big love. Welcome. We've got General Shinobi, who I like to call Shinobi 1 Kenobi. That's my nickname for General Shinobi. And he's come to share his insights with us. And you all know Shinobi. Shinobi's a grand researcher and uncovering a lot of truths. I think he seems like he lost a bet. What happened to your hair, brother? I asked you before. Like you come here with no hair.
So do you know what? I'll actually I'll share a photo. I need to send it to my computer. I'll do that in a minute. I'll show you a photo. My hair's in the garden, actually, because I decided like my hair was kind of just getting in the way a little bit. It was kind of a bit of a hassle, a bit of a faff, because I had like dreads in the back part for a couple of years, and I hadn't learned how to tighten them. So sort of like a friend would come over once in a while and sort it out for me, and I'd pay him. But it would cost about, I think it was like 45, 60 quid a time. And yeah, I just felt like I needed to let the hair go. Howard's shaved his hair as well, apparently. I just feel much fresher for doing so. I've had quite a powerful cleanse. I've just getting over a sinus infection or sinusitis. I think I've had, like, at one point my cheeks were hurting so much. Still a bit blocked up, but I feel much better for doing so. And yeah, I just feel a bit more fresh letting the hair go. Esme said that birds like to make nests out of hair. So what I did is I put my hair in the garden. But because I had dreads, I turned it into a spider. So I have this like big clump of hair, and then I have my dreads around like a sun, but it looks like a spider. So no animals have touched it, and I don't blame them because it looks like a giant tarantula. But I'll share a photo shortly, and I should probably not make it look like a spider, because then the birds might actually use the hair. Have you heard of that, Franklin, before? Birds using hair as for a nest?
I don't know, but I reckon why wouldn't they?
They always have different fibers in there, like hairs. They'll use strings, sometimes like confetti, shiny plastic, tinsel. They sometimes will sparkle it up for their lady, make their little nest egg. But yeah, the hair does help them wind it all together and hold it to the cohesive parts, like all wrapped together well. So they definitely do use the hair, and they use other stuff. They use grass and things like that too, which has a similar process where it can they can bend it more, like whereas like the branches can only bend before they'll snap, and they have to use a lot more of them. But the hair can like really kind of weave it all together. So definitely, I think I found a lot of the nests that I collect.
Nice. Well, hopefully my hair can help the birds weave their nests together, because I do see myself as a bit of a weaver, kind of weaving in between this and that, using different threads to see the picture, the broader spectrum clearer. So hopefully, hopefully it will give these birds some insight too, maybe. But yeah, I hope they get some use out of it, and I'll share a photo in a little while.
Yeah, hair carries memory too, much like water does, and so they can get that imparted wisdom from the hair, just like a feather also carries memory and wisdom and luck.
I think by just kind of like, if we take this theory and just sort of apply it to everything, it would suggest that pretty much every object has some capacity to hold memories if you think about it. Because like I did an experiment one time. I remember like I was hanging out at my cousin's house and sort of like walking in their big back field. And, you know, I'm kind of an eccentric guy. I'll get sort of random funny thoughts that sort of like pop into my head, maybe like a joke or something like that. But I noticed that I would walk over a certain spot and the same image would flash into my head, indicating that like, you know, places in space and time essentially hold memories and hold information, right? Because like I think about like, you think about memory in terms of your own body, right? Like you think, for example, let's say you do some kind of physical exercise. Like they talk about the concept of muscle memory, right? Because those muscles, those bones and those tendons have a memory of that repetitive, you know, action or exercise that you were doing. And I think there really is a memory like in the body. I think that makes perfect sense. And I think this is the other aspect of the psychosomatic, you know, obfuscation that we're talking about here, because when we talk about the distinction between, you know, spirit and matter, we're also talking about the split between, you know, mind and body. And what I've really started to notice is that there seems to be a deliberate effort, or maybe not deliberate, or maybe unconscious, either way, it's irrelevant, to basically say that ontologically speaking, you are nothing but your brain and you are nothing but your mind, and your body is this kind of unconscious secondary tertiary sort of extension of that mind. And that's why, but your mind is primarily, you know, who you are. Because I think in a lot of like Western culture, like I was thinking about it, how in a sense people in the Western culture tend to associate the will with the intellect, right? That the will and the intellect are synonymous with each other. So in a sense, you know, in the Western thought, we think of the intellect as being the sort of the nexus of consciousness, when in actuality, it's not really it's an important part of consciousness, but it's not the ipso facto ultimate decider, because in a lot of ways, the body also plays a massive role in how we understand our consciousness, in terms of like, you know, you think about like, you know, if something irritates your skin, for example, and then you see that object again, it's like your skin remembers that object is irritate, not your brain remembering, but your skin remembers just from seeing that stimuli in your sort of external environment. So, but yeah, I kind of like, but to sum it up, I would say like we have to talk about like the kind of the weird disconnect between the mind and the body, because people, you know, we're kind of trained to think that our brain is conscious, but every other part of our body is unconscious, right? So, and because of that, that's why there's all sorts of like weird, you know, body modification stuff. It becomes this sort of like, you know, whatever. And then you have the spiritual angle, where people will tell you that, you know, your body is just sort of like a vessel or a vehicle, and that you're just, you know, pure consciousness. And I think that the relationship between consciousness and the body has been kind of like something I've been debating in my head for a while, because like on one hand, like I see the utility in both of these perspectives, right? Because to say that consciousness is not physical is to, you know, suggest that there is there's a soul, there's an afterlife, there are planes beyond this one, there is an existence that transcends this physical form. But on the other hand, I feel that if we, you know, don't say that our body has any role in who we are and any role of our conscious, I think that profoundly disconnects us from nature and the natural world. In a sense, the body is kind of like the bridge between the soul and nature in your world. The body is, in a sense, how the soul is able to interface with this natural world. And because I think that there is a conscious element to it. But because we basically have trained ourselves, and society has trained us to think of the world outside of our brain as essentially being dead and lacking consciousness, I think in a lot of ways you talk about, you know, manifestation. And in Zarfexology, that's basically the manifestation of the Ozerfikes, the materialist Zerfikes, where basically the sort of the astral world is like, it's basically a dream realm where the dream realm doesn't exist. It's pretty dark, but the way I look at it is, instead of saying, you know, this metaphysical paradigm is correct and this metaphysical paradigm is incorrect. Zarfexology basically says, okay, this metaphysical paradigm exists in this particular coordinate in space and time, and this worldview exists in this space and time, and whether they're true are how close are they to the center of the Zarfex, right? So the closer they are to the center of the Zarfex, the more they correspond with the truth of that Zarfex, and the further they're away, the more that it's something that's kind of more like in the indeterminate zone, right? It hasn't necessarily been decided, whether it's part of it yet, or it might not be compatible with the Zarfex. But then you look at it when you took it the outer Zarfex perspective with this system, and then you start to understand that what's true in this Zarfex may not be indicative of what's true outside of it, and that creates a whole other new existential way of looking at it. But I think overall, I keep losing my train of thought here on these thoughts, because I go into so many different tangents. But yeah, I think when it comes to like the body and the mind, I think you're right in the sense that that what we believe comes manifest in our reality, but that's not just in our body, right? You say that like we have certain emotional pains in our body, like we have a certain like a psychological like affiliation, and that then has a direct correspondence with something that happens with like an organ or a particular limb in the body. But I think it has deeper metaphysical implications than even that. I think it affects how things manifest in reality. So let's see, the way I have this kind of figured out is that sort of depending upon what you believe in will determine the likelihood of your magical intent essentially manifesting, right? So there's like a high level and there's like a low level, right? So if you're someone who's really magical, you have a very low level because there's no filter from reality that's preventing you from manifesting your intent, because you've manifested a universe that is essentially magical. But if you live in a Zerfax that's not magical, you have a lot more inertia for your intent to essentially manifest, right? There's more of an inertia. So in a lot of ways, it's like, because like when it comes to people who are skeptical, there's different levels of intensity. Like there's some skeptics who are like, they don't believe in God, but you give them a hit of acid, you give them some shrooms, and they're basically they're changed overnight. Like there's some people like that. But then there's some people who are much deeper, who even a psychedelic trip won't convince them, right? And so that person is even deeper in the Zerfikes, and thus requires more psychic inertia for that particular belief system to, essentially be overcome. So the way what I'm saying here, Franklin, is that in a sense that it's like, even though it's not real, even though these worlds may not be necessarily real, they feel fundamentally real to the people experiencing them, to the point where you can't really distinguish whether they're real or fake. And it's important to mention that, because in a lot of ways we think, something's an illusion, something is fake. Oh, this is easy. I can disregard it. I can see past the illusion. I can see past the lies because I got that Gnostic perspective. I got that Gnostic spark that allows me to see the divine truth, and I can see through all the bullshit. But the reality is sometimes the bullshit is really deceptive and really, really clever. And you got to be kind of on guard. And sometimes the people who are making these illusions can be really good at them, and they can be really deceptive. And sometimes I think with Zarfexology and its multidimensional perspective, one of the things that I found really helpful in this is that by not believing that there is ultimately one reality or one universe, if a universe starts to seem problematic or wrong, I now have the ability to switch to a different universe so that I can look at that other universe from the outside and get a more objective and honest perspective. Because one of the things I've realized about Zerfaxes, which are essentially sort of deceptive Zerfaxes that, like a false religion, for example, one of the things that I've realized them is that, you can't really like reason with them. They seem very real because in a sense that it's not just a belief system. They're active, living people, active, conscious beings that are manifesting these realities into our existence. And I think one of the reasons, and this is the one thing that, I get in a lot of trouble with in the occult community, and people, tend to push back on, is that, obviously a lot of people know here that I am sort of a critic of the concept of sort of like a oneness or kind of like monistic perspectives. And that the problem is that when you kind of, blend all of your universes into one, and you do the kind of thing where everything is a sign from the universe, everything is speaking to me. The problem with that perspective is it can kind of leave you psychically vulnerable, because if you believe that, there's all these signs and the universe is talking to you, well, what if the universe is sending you bad signs? Or what if you're getting, communication that's not helpful, or something that's problematic, or you're in a position where it's like, oh, it's the universe, I got to trust it, or this is my God, I got to trust him, and there's no other thing. And having that multidimensional perspective and realizing that, wait a minute, there's a universe that exists outside of this one, then I think from that perspective, you no longer have that sense of control, because, I think about like the concept of Zerfikes a lot, and something I meditate a lot in my practice. And one of the things that Sliz kind of pointed out to me, and she basically kind of said that, like, if you really want to get out of a Zerfike, you just have to stop engaging with it. Stop thinking about it. Stop thinking about materialism, Rich. Stop thinking about these ideas, because it's kind of like you're basically like, imagine you go into your enemy's house, right? And your enemy, let's change the metaphor here. Let's say you have some kind of enemy that has captured you and locked you in their house. And basically you defeated the villain, but instead of leaving the house, you're still yelling at the villain, you're complaining about, why have you trapped me here? Why have you left me here? And the villain's like, dude, go. You defeated me. You can leave. And so and I think when it comes to multi-Zarfexology, it's not just something that's psychological. It's something that you can actually, if you train to learn to visualize things with your peripheral vision, you can start to understand and actually see the Zerfaxes. You can actually see them with your physical eyes. And the way that I basically try to do that, this is actually what I call a sort of an open eye visualization sort of exercise, is I'll try to visualize some kind of like color, right? So let's say I'm thinking of the color red, and I imagine like a red light sort of like on the edges of my peripheral vision, sort of on the edges of my vision. And within that red light, I imagine there's like a red Zerfax that exists outside of the bubble I exist in right now. Because I think once you start to so I guess the best way to kind of understand it is that, and the way I basically kind of originally conceived of the idea is with peripheral vision, because I think there's a point in vision when you see with your physical eyes where the edges of your peripheral vision and what's happening in your mind's eye, in your third eye, actually sort of overlap with each other, right? So for example, like when you see, when people talk about seeing ghosts, entities, apparitions in their peripheral vision, like they go to a haunted house or someplace and they'll see some kind of entity in their peripheral vision. Well, that space in the peripheral vision seems to me to indicate that sort of middle ground between the physical and the astral, that there's a kind of another etheric intermediary space that we can see using the edges of our peripheral vision if we learn to train ourselves with. So I actually have hold on, I'm gonna pull something up here, because this is actually one of my my older diagrams from back in the day, but I think I'm going to do this. So I think a lot of these ideas that I talk about are better understood visually, if you will, right? And so do you see the object on the screen there? Right. So anyway, so basically what you do is, let's say you have a like a dresser drawer in your bedroom, right? So you look at it with your peripheral vision, so you only see half of the object with your vision, and the other half is obscured. And the idea here is that you try to visualize the rest of the object with your mind's eye. So you see like half of a dresser drawer with your peripheral vision, And then the other half is the part of the dresser drawer that exists outside of your peripheral vision. And I have learned that when I do this and I sort of visualize and use astral sort of like perception, you start to see things like entities and portals and other worlds. Like that's why I have this little gnome guy in here, just as kind of like a little joke. But it basically shows this. There's that with our peripheral vision, there is this kind of invisible reality that exists all around us. And the way I was able to conceptualize that is I take my vision and I try to make it as like a circle, like I can see. So what helps is actually squinting, because if you squint, you can sort of, or the other thing I do is I'll take my my fingers and put them on the edge, sort of towards on the sides of my temples, so I can see my fingers at my peripheral vision, so that I can better kind of like visualize that. But I find that by doing this kind of different style of visualization, where instead of sort of like looking at your astral visions as sort of being inside of your head or being in some sort of upper space, I try to conceptualize them as being outside of my peripheral vision. Like I'm in this Zerfax bubble and my peripheral vision is the edges of the bubble. And what exists outside of my peripheral vision is outside of the Zerfax bubble. So this is basically, to kind of like just basically summarize what I'm essentially talking about here, this is basically how I've learned to perceive the fourth dimension, essentially. That because with each Zerfax is essentially a self-contained, infinite three-dimensional universe. And each one of us, each of the individuals here on the round table and in the chat right now, also exist in our own independent Zerfaxes, a part of the Zerfax. And because I noticed that with a lot of like occultism and meditation practices, they're always telling you to go inward. They very rarely, I guess probably some of them do. I'm probably wrong in this. I think maybe Franz Barden might have talked about this, but I don't see a lot of occultism talking about visualizing outward, about going sort of beyond, right? And I was thinking about your Franklin, you were talking earlier about your exercise where you expand your sense of self, where it's like you start off as yourself, you see yourself as being the entire planet, then the solar system, then the entire galaxy, then the entire physical universe. And then you get to that like meta sort of subatomic level where you kind of revert back to yourself and you start to see things as cells. Well, what I've kind of done, I kind of get to that point where I get to the universe, but instead it's like I take that universe and I put it inside of a snow globe, essentially. And then I take that snow globe and I kind of like duplicate it and I make a copy of it. And then I duplicate it so there's like millions of them. And then I kind of put them all and jam them into one crystalline sphere. And that crystalline sphere is a Zarfax. And then I start thinking about Zarfaxes, and I start thinking about like being as big as a Zorfax, right? And so that would be like an infinite, like the same paradigm, but now there's an infinite number of Zarfaxes. And you sort of like keep going up and up and up. And it's sort of like you start to realize that you can keep going up, but there's a limit. But the farther you go up, the harder, the more difficult it becomes to conceptualize. Like you kind of, so what I do is I keep myself small as I go with this process. So there's like that sense of like, you know, how you relate to each object. And I kind of find that the higher level of density of consciousness of ideas and experiences, the harder it is for me to retain it all. But I find that with magical practice, meditation, working with magic, if I do that exercise again, I can go a little bit further than I did before. And with new knowledge and new understanding, I can then go further up, deeper and deeper into that sort of outer Zarfax mystery space. And I think what's really been helpful about this whole, you know, outer Zarfax sort of paradigm is I think what we're noticing right now in the world are a lot of old paradigms and a lot of old systems sort of deteriorating. A lot of religions are starting to show their cracks. A lot of our social institutions are starting to show the devilish sort of face that's hiding behind the mask. And in a lot of ways, we don't really feel like there's any kind of reality to stand on, right? It's like it feels like everything is corrupted. But I think by having that sense of space, of being able to go out into that extra dimensional world, it's given me like a sort of a sense of space and a sense of clarity about sort of understanding the sort of world. It's like I can take all these paradigms and I can take all the stuff we're talking about, and I can kind of look at it in this sort of this zoomed out kind of meta perspective, if you will. So I kind of went off on a lot of tangents there, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to bring that to the table because I feel like, I know that, it's hard to explain my system, and it's, confusing to, I guess it's not too confusing. I think once you get past like a lot of the weird terms, like it's very intuitive, but, I think it's not just like some cool, trippy thing, sometimes I think like, is there any substance to what I'm doing? Or is this just kind of like, aesthetically occult kitschy or whatever? And I think one of the perspectives is by having that sense where it's like, I can sort of step outside of the universe, I can then kind of look back at it from a different perspective. And you realize, because I think one of the things I've realized about this world that we live in is that it can seem very confining. It can seem we feel very spiritually sort of like cramped and isolated and kind of like sort of like fused into sort of one like aspect of being. Whereas when you realize there's all these other worlds out there and there's all these other extra dimensions, now this world doesn't seem so confining anymore. It actually seems very small and insignificant. And that smallness and insignificance, you can kind of gain some power over it and kind of conquer your fear of it. So.
Yeah, thank you. That was an amazing discussion there. I appreciate that, Cosmic. Also, right now we're going through this Pisces new moon where a lot of people have experienced that it's a time right now to cast out the things that are no longer serving us, the things that have become irrelevant in our lives, and kind of just a distraction that's kind of been anchoring us and holding us down. And I think a lot of that has been people are detaching from the false narratives that have been kind of attempted to be pushed down our throats and that have had people tied down for a long time. They're now reaching out as people are waking up around the world collectively, reaching out to new avenues of understanding. And with that comes the kind of walking away from the old broken systems that have kind of collapsed beneath us. And part of that has a lot to do with the fact that they've been brought into the light. And the thing about darkness is that it doesn't have a source. It's just hiding away and trying to stay in the dark. But once the light comes into the darkness, it becomes transmuted immediately and dissolves into nothing. So I think a lot of these power systems that have been set up based on control through ignorance are becoming powerless in the face of awakening into understanding. So it's really interesting to see how things are transforming right before our eyes right now regarding that.
That's really interesting. And to backtrack it, and you guys are throwing lovely wood on the fire, proverbially speaking. We're talking about like consciousness. And this is like the psychosomatic expression. And on a tangible level, I think the point that started the ball rolling down the hill that gathered all the stones together to produce a landslide of information to fill our bowl with ideas and thoughts and knowledge. When you were talking, Cosmic, was the idea of bones and feathers and bones. And that came back to Shinobi talking about his hair in the garden doing spider tricks. Spider hair. If it can climb the wall, no one can. Spider hair, spider. So, yeah, I'm feeling quite silly. Never leave your inner child behind. You guys are reminding me about that in the chat, by the way. Keep your little boy and your little girl close. I don't mean your other boy. I mean the little one, the one inside. And the idea of open eye meditation, it's a very interesting and important part of the tradition of opening ourselves to the universe etherically as well as astrally. I think when we go inwardly, we can more easily connect with the astral. When we go outwardly, we can more easily connect with the etheric. So it's quite an interesting distinction. And the etheric is where we can see the boundaries between things, and the astral is where we can see the things that are connected by fields. So there are two very, very different perspectives. One is the containers, the containment system, and the other one is the substance in the containment system. And but looking at like bones, for example, okay, if I look at this, I'd say like, okay, so what is bone? Bone is like a crystallized thing. It's like a crystallization. It's a crystal. It's a bone. It carries memory of how one thing becomes another thing. So it's about time. It's the time-related memories. Like if we can break it down, like fleshy, skinny bits, right, would carry memory of energy, of how that energy flowed through that, the particular energy that was flowing. Electricity, what kind, like let's think of electricity, like that would carry like the memory of thoughts that it took the shape of a thought. The thought is like an electrical impulse. Fluids would carry, and water would carry the memories of our feelings, right? Of our emotions, very subtle, resonant substance, where the reason is the breaking apart of those concepts, which are like emotionally, intelligently driven. The water would carry the imprint, the reason of the feeling, right? The actual imprint of the emotion. So we can sort of see like every different substance carries a different type or grade of memory. What an interesting concept. And even like, you know, internal, like our emotions carry a different kind of memory, in the same way that our thoughts carry a different kind of memory. And everything is like sort of constructed of memory, and different kinds of memory, and the different kinds of memory we perceive and experience and are aware of in different ways. So that's like quite an interesting concept. And I think this is where the fields of correspondence come from when we're working with magic, for example. Like what would we use? What particular substances for what particular grade of shift in consciousness we wish to achieve? If we wish to improve our memories, then somebody asked that question earlier, by the way, and I responded to it. You know, you could take it. I gave an expression of a mystic path, which a shamanism is a very mystical path. Let's not pretend it isn't. But an occult path would be different. So if I were to go back, like, you know, let's say I go like in a time machine. I'm going, yeah, time machine. I'm going back three and a half decades. I go back, and you ask me, then I'd be talking about rituals and using occult practices, right? To achieve the same thing that you can achieve with a mystic practice. With a mystical practice is a different kind of way of doing it. The occult way of doing it would be to see, well, what kind of memory do I want to improve? Do I want to improve my timeline memory? Then I would construct a ritual that's related to timelines, hair and bone, right? Certain gems related to Saturn's energy, sapphires. If I don't have sapphires, I'd use something. Get away with an amethyst. Go, but cheap. Go cheap because you don't need to spend your dough. Use sapphire. Use an amethyst. It's a cheap man's sapphire. You know what I mean? And find a way to get the right ingredients, and then align them in a particular way that makes sense with the sacred geometry that I'm working with, and find the names that relate to those particular frequencies through the web of correspondences, angelic names, archetypal names, various different frequencies, and pull those together, and then create a systemic use of all of these different implements. Make sure I do it at the right time, like where's the planets, what's going on, time of day, you know, what energies or frequencies are on. Am I doing the right thing? Like I don't pull out a pen and paper in the middle of the night when there's no light and try and write. right? Pen and paper, you do it when the sun is up, when there's lots of light, it's clear days, lots of light. Okay, now's the time for writing. I don't decide, oh, it's nice and bright outside, I think I'm going to go to sleep. That's not how this works, right? Every season has its time, and every time has its correct thing to be doing in that season. So from those broad sort of ideas of, you know, what to do in night and dark, there's a range of subtle things. And so you would find the right time, you would construct a ritual, you decide, well, what's the narrative that reflects what I wish to achieve, and how would that narrative play out in the play of my mind? And I would create a mind play, and something that I can do on the physical plane. And then I would construct a ritual using those particular materials at the right time of day, when the right planets are in the right zone, using the right words, especially the words that feel and resonate with the particular ideas that I'm wishing to achieve within myself. And I would take myself and externalize myself into a space around myself, maybe in the form of a circle. And then I would honor each aspect of myself, all four directions, and I would invoke the correct frequencies at each particular direction, so that I know this is the field of my inspirations, the field of my thoughts and my planning and organizing, this is the field of my emotional field, this is a field of my sensational field, and bring that to a state of balance and harmony so that I can move my ritual through these different four fields, aspects of myself. And so I'll know where I want to work with particular invocations for particular directions, and which beings I'm going to be invoking, and how I'm going to achieve this goal. And then I would, within the circle of my externalized mind, I would create the changes that I wish to see within myself ritualistically using the correct items. And then I would close that, and I would stamp on the ground, buddy. Give a girl a stomp on the ground, as to say, that's it, done. That's the end of this little story. And that resonant field would then vibrate out through the earth, out into the cosmos, into myself. And so that would be another way of changing my thoughts using matter. So you can see that, like, each item used in the ritual in such a way would carry its own particular resonance, and that resonance is essentially its own memory. And so you're taking different memories and putting them into a circle and using those memories in such a way that I can work with the memory, different kinds of grades of memory within myself, to shape them in a particular way so that I can produce a particular shift within my own consciousness field, changes within my own being that I wish to actualize, using the memories outside, which are just externalized objects. So that's like an occultist way of doing what you could do with a drum. I think the drum way just is so much funkier. I'm sorry, like once you discover the drum, you're like, what the hell was all that other nonsense about? It was so pointless, you know. The drum is like it's its own. It does it all for you, and it does it with so much style that like everybody else is dancing, you know. But and then you end up moving with it. There's somatic elements that you would move out, gestures and feelings. So there's a somatic element to memory. Memory takes shapes, memory takes forms, and certain ideas and feelings and memories want to be expressed in particular ways. So bringing that back to tie that all in to what you were saying, you know, tying the feather to the bone, as it were, to create a wand. You were talking about meditation practices, and like that's one of the most profound. And so the Rosicrucians, they don't practice dhyana, which is like formal, proper meditation, which is mystic path, right? Mystic path is just absorb your consciousness and allow the contraction and expansion to become the expressions of your being, and allow the breath to reflect the expansion and contraction. So that you can find that point between contraction and expansion, which is where the outside and the inside meet, and it's beyond the puppet that holds this meat. And so from the perspective of the Rosicrucian tradition, they tend to breathe in and breathe out. Their meditative practices are rather interesting. And it's a very powerful form of practice. It's meditating with your eyes open and your eyes closed, but your eyes are opening and closing, and they follow the cycle of your breath. That's what they do. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. So you're breathing in. What are you breathing in? Right? You're breathing out. What are you breathing out? Right? You're breathing in. Inspiration. What are you breathing out? The memory and the experience. Right? So you breathe in the astral and you breathe out the etheric. So you breathe in and you internalize. You breathe out and you externalize. Right? And so you work this externalizing, internalizing process like wheels on a bicycle. And the concentration is on inside of myself. Out. When I say inside, I mean the outside. And then outside of myself. And when I say outside of myself, I mean the inside. Okay, so this becomes double juxta. You guys got to roll with this because this is how this rolls. It's cute, it's sweet, it's rather sexy, even though it's incomplete. So the outside becomes the inside of my outside, right? And the inside becomes the outside of my inside. You got to see that. So you then play with the breath and experiencing the opening and the closing with different breaths. There's a whole lot of different ways that you can work with this particular energy. And so you're rocking in and you're rocking out. And the breath, you've done your necessary preparation for attaining a rhythmic breath. So your breath is rocking like a rocking horse, very slowly. And you're rocking out of yourself and you're rocking into yourself. And you're rocking out of yourself and you're rocking into yourself. But you're observing the process of rocking out and rocking in, and that there is this point of the sweet zone between the outward rock and the inward rock. We call it the house of rock. Sorry. And that's the house that rocks. And I'm going to, from this day forth, that meditative technique is called the house that rocks. And it's part of the house of rock technique empire. We'll do that sometime. I'll do that. I will definitely actually, it's a fun meditative technique. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should be doing like, who of you would be interested in that? Is that something you guys are interested in? Doing group meditations? Group meditations? Like right here? Group meditation. What do you mean group meditation? I mean group, man. Group it up. So yeah, we could do that. We could all do it together, and that would be fun actually. We could do different sort of techniques, meditative techniques, and use that rocking meditation to get that sort of experience of the inner and the outer. And what you're talking about, Cosmic, is also it's a similar kind of a thing. It's more conceptually driven. So I'm working with somatic energies. Cosmic's working with conceptual energies. And you're going to get a different result from these two different meditative techniques. But both results will move towards a similar kind of a place, I think. I like, personally, when I look at the world, I like to see the dots. Connect the dots. Come on, let's see the dots. So I will look at a living thing, a plant, and or you can look at your hand, and you can see the space around your hand. And be aware of the space around your hand and start to notice that there's a field, and the field is like moving, and then there's like little flowing bits flowing, and it's like an energy field. You start to see it literally, and then you see it's made out of little dots, and the dots are dancing, and they're all like, woo! They got their own little rhythm going on. Each group of dots is dancing, like they've got loads of different soundtracks. It's like a whole mass of people, each with different sound systems plugged into their ears, and they're all dancing in their own like rhythm, and they're dancing different rhythms, but they're all together dancing, and you see these different groups dancing. Look, there's the R&B crew, and they're mixed in. Imagine like one dance floor, everybody's wearing headphones, and some people are dancing to gabba, some people are dancing to trance, some people are dancing to house, some people are dancing to drum and bass, some people are dancing to R&B, some people are dancing to like I don't know, like folk music, and they're all dancing differently. That's like what you're seeing, like all these dots. They got like their own little grooves going on, and you notice that these dots are like vibrating, and that there's this fields, and there's different fields of resonant vibration, and they're all little dots, and you can get lost in those dots. And in the dots, there's glue. There's like a glue between the dots. It's like an luminous glue. And as you start to become aware of the luminous glue between all the dots, it's like the dots come in and go out. They come and they go. They come, they go. They come, they go. They come, they go. They're like little stars being born and being unborn. And the glue is what's left behind through the presence of the dot. Think of it as each one as a star being born. It's a good way of looking at it. And it's like a stargate, a mini stargate come and been, and it's left its tachyon radiation behind, and you can see that it's like a glue substance, and you can sort of, oh, I got it in my hands. You can sort of pull it apart and play with it. It's like it's tactile. When you start to feel it, it's got a tactile presence. And when you start to see it, you become aware of it. You can touch it. You can shape it. You can move it. You can manipulate it with your thoughts. That's where it starts to become fun. But you'll notice it around the trees, especially sunrise and sunset. It's very powerful times. Just after sunset, just before sunrise, it's at its peak. So those are times that you can learn to see it. And once you learn to see it, you can't unsee it. But if you spend too much time seeing it, then you'll see it, and you won't see what like matters so much. So there's a point where you can overdo it, but that gives you like the etheric field, which is like a structuring field. That gluey stuff is like keeping the structure of everything in place. And then when you start to see that, you'll notice there's qualities hidden behind the field. That's a different field, and that's like colors. You go, oh, what's that behind? What's that hidden behind that field? And you'll notice that's like a haze of color. And then behind that, there's other fields and other hazes of color, and there's like bands of color behind it. You see that particularly strongly when you gaze at the sun, and you do your sun gazing, and you notice the sun's got like bands around it. When you do it for a long time, and you like every day, practice, you start noticing there's different bands and circles around the sun, and each one's got its own like frequency, resonance, and its own color and its own quality. And so there are a lot of like ways to engage and to actually for yourself be able to recognize viscerally, actively, conceptually, on every level of being, that there is this connection between matter and what's going through this thing.
Yeah, I just want to jump back to when Cosmic was mentioning oneness, and the way I view it, which kind of connects to this, is that the oneness is the mind, which isn't in here. Like the all is mind, the all is mental, which is just another word for spirit. The all is spirit, and it's the spirit that weaves between all things. It's the spirit in which we're in. So I think that whenever I hear people saying oneness, I just kind of think of that we're all in kind of one thing, be it a separate universe or this universe or Zarfex. There's no separation between anything. There has to be a thread which weaves between all things, and I would call that spirit, or the mind, or mental. And it's with our mind that we can step beyond the matter and into other universes and bring, with our imagination, insights from other universes into this universe. And that's what I would also call the 3D to 5D, bringing the 5 density into the 3 density, using time, sort of moving through time, using time as the thread. Like Saturn is like the bones are ruled by Saturn, the structure. We can use the structure to sort of weave and move beyond time. And it's not escapism. It's not going from this universe to another, or going from 3D to 5D and ascending. It's more of kind of bringing other things into this realm. If that makes sense. And with memory and matter, I've been thinking that certain what's the word? Materials probably hold on to memories better than others. Like, for example, like wooden objects are more likely to hold on to memories than steel or plastic, because the reason I think this is like old buildings, like Victorian buildings, all made of wood and stuff like that. You go in there and you can kind of sense the energy. It feels old. If you go into a building that's made of plastic and steel in 100 years, I don't think there's going to be the same energy, especially when there's been like LED lighting, like really, really bright light in there, opposed to candlelight. So I do find that interesting, that this kind of memory that has kind of, you guys are talking about doctors earlier. Sorry, I'm jumping all over the place here. You were talking about doctors, and you used to have a family doctor. You used to go and see the doctor. I used to be the same one. They know your face. They can tell by your face the different symptoms you have. They, like Franklin was saying, they can kind of connect different parts of you, of what's going on, your diet, exercise, this and that. Whereas now you go to the doctor and there's only just one. You see a different doctor every time, so they have no memory of you. So there's a separation created there, because it's the memory as the thread that connects all things. That's why I think. And also with the, I was going to say something else, but I've forgotten, so I'll pass the mic to someone else.
You know, you were talking about time a second ago, Shinobi. Franklin, I kind of wanted to share an image, because this is actually something that, this is kind of like the sort of like a puzzle that Sliz is kind of like thrown at me. Like, this is kind of like my current like lesson, and I kind of want to get some like some feedback from you guys to see if you have any ideas of like how to sort of interpret and make sense of this. I sent you a picture, Franklin, in the queue. Yeah, so I've been thinking about time and nonlinear causality, and I realized that, see, the red line, that's kind of your standard causality. You go from the past and to the future, but then you have retroactive causality, where things go from the future to the past. So I define retroactive causality as like, you have some kind of goal in the future, right, that orients you in the present. So in a sense, that is the future affecting the past in a causal sense. But what I've been trying to figure out is Sliz basically threw this concept of the distinction between outer time and inner time, and basically kind of saying something that outer time is kind of the time from outside the Zarfex, and inner time as related within the Zarfex. And you see here, this is kind of the symbol of the divine feminine in Zarfexology, which kind of represents sort of inner internalness and being. And then you have Zith, which is sort of the divine masculine, which represents sort of outward perception and expansion. And what I want to ask you guys is, and by the way, the colors of these lines have no significance. I just kind of like, put them on there so the lines look distinctive. But I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts as to what the orange and green lines represent here, because I mean, I have some ideas, but I kind of wanted to throw it at you guys to see if you had any concepts or feedback of this, because I feel like if we can figure out what these other two lines represent, I think we can start to kind of develop a better understanding of sort of like how magic works from a causal sense. Because I think one of the reasons I've realized it's difficult for someone to take magical seriously and think of it as being real is that most people only think of life existing in this red line of causality. Like, this is the only line. They don't consider, this blue line, but I consider that these green and orange lines are also in effect. And so I would imagine, like, if you're going up or down on this axis, so that would be like, time hasn't gone into the past or future, but your entire understanding of existence has changed. So it's something that's like the change. It seems like it's something that's always been there. Like, it's like so I would think of this as like your understanding of the past and future has fundamentally changed. Like, you had an idea of what you thought the past was, and now you have a new conception of the past. And so when you change your conception of the past, you actually move upward and downward in this time field. So I kind of want to just like pass the mic, and people in the chat can also throw out answers too.
Cosmic, could you zoom in on it a little bit so if people have phones, they can see it a bit better?
But basically, it's just the idea that the red line is moving from left to right, which represents standard causality. Then you have the blue line, which is future to past, and then you have the orange line that goes from inner time to outer time, and then you have the green line that goes from outer to inner. So the idea, I would think that the red and orange lines are more active time currents, right? Because, and then the retroactive, it's more passive and it's more subtle. It exists, but you don't necessarily notice it overtly. So I imagine that this green line is also subtle, and this orange line is more overt. So I don't know if you guys have any ideas that you could throw or spitball, because
Cosmic.
I'd be interested in hearing your feedback.
Cosmic, what OS are you running?
Windows.
Can't you just full screen that? Like, if you full screen it, it's going to make it a little bit bigger. If you hit the square button.
I think I can zoom in. Does that help?
But what happens if you full screen it and that little boundary goes away? Yeah, that's probably cool.
Okay.
Is that better?
All right, maybe this is a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, it's not the right. But I just kind of threw this diagram like just a few minutes ago, so it's a little bit sketchy. But so I think the idea is like you.
Sorry, I just want to say, well, first before me or Franklin give our input, because I have something to say, but I'm sure Franklin does as well. Why did you put orange and green?
I just wanted a color that's distinct from red and blue, just so I feel like if each line is a different color, it's like I can conceptualize it sort of differently. It doesn't look all exactly the same. So there's no there's no specific reason I chose the color. It's just sort of arbitrary, but I did choose that warmer colors to represent more active currents. So from past and the future, it's a more obvious thing. And I used cooler colors for the retroactive causality because I figure it's a more passive time current, so it's not as notable. So I figured a colder color would make more sense for that.
Well, my input is that orange has the largest range of color, and it's more of an outwards. If that makes sense, it's more of like it's more of an outwards burst color, like orange. And then the green, I have heard somebody say that green absorbs light better than black, but I'm really not sure about that. But there must be a reason leaves are green, because they absorb light. So the green is the absorption, and the orange is the biggest range of light. So it's to do with absorption, but I'm sure Franklin has more stuff to add to that.
Yeah, unless you got more to, unless you guys have more to say.
No, all good. It's just for me, it signals absorption, whether it's outwards or inwards.
Yeah. I won't get into the specific colors because you haven't specified the colors, right, Cosmic? But like the what they represent polarity wise.
Yeah.
And I would almost just use two colors. How's that for a concept?
Yeah,
and I would represent the outward time, and personally. Just because I'm moon in Taurus, and I'm very specific about things, I would probably have the outer on the bottom and the inner on the top. But anyway, it's non-clutchy. That's pointless. I would see a relationship between the red line that comes from the past towards the center and the orange line that ascends towards the outer, right? And so I would see a relation between that, right? Mm-hmm. That is one line as well. So I would see that the lines are splitting. That there are really only two things, but the two things are splitting into four things. It's sort of like a very subtle oud towards yang yin. This looks like a yang yin to me, by the way. It's a yin yang to my mind. So I would see that, and then I would also see that the retroactive moving from the future to the past, which is represented as blue, I would see that also as related to this descending the green line, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I would see the green and the blue. So in other words, the future moving towards the past also happens to move towards the inner. So I would construct those lines as having like a scaletic. That's where it splits into two parts. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's like the curve again, you know? How things
Yes,
sort of like curve,
yes.
right?
Exactly, because it wouldn't be an angular thing. It would be a curve. It would be a curvature. So it makes me think of those Celtic knots a bit, doesn't it? Can you see now what these people were at when they were like what they were trying to explain to us with those Celtic
Yeah, definitely.
crosses and
I'm
knots?
not really familiar. What's a Celtic knot? If you could just kind of give like a little TLDR of it.
It's bloody hard to explain with words, man. I can try and find a picture.
Do you know what's weird? I was gonna share a Celtic tree, like, which is a very similar concept to this, and I'll talk about why in a bit. But it is a very bizarre synchronicity that you shared this, and I didn't see the connection between the Celtic knot, but now I do, and that's very interesting.
Okay, let's see if I can get a picture. I'm getting wound up by this damn thing. Give me one moment, people. One moment. Just uno momento. How many moments? Uno. Just the one moment. He only needs one. One is enough. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so let's pop it up and I'll show you what I mean as an image on the screen. Share the screen. Not to that. Not to this. Not to this. No audio. Okay, so there my image is loaded up. Now, where's Cosmics? Okay, so we're going to remove Cosmics from. Don't delete your picture, yeah, Cos. Keep it there because we can bounce it back and forth. Do you see what I'm getting at here with this image?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like that's basically what I'm seeing.
Basically a vids or facts, essentially.
Yeah, where all of those four is actually one thing, but that one thing is in its passive mode, active mode, passive mode, active mode, going around in a circle like a spiral, but actually representing those four things, which is actually two things operating in two directions, active and passive. This is why I describe it as to me seeming. So that's just an example of what I was seeing, and I suppose what I was well, here's the thing that he was going to show us. You can see there's a whole lot of that going on here, right? These guys got creative, but it's the same idea. It's just it's showing how this idea is multiplicity. It's not just one thing. It's all of those things is one big thing that's creating all of those multiplicity. So that's where did your thing go, Cosmic? There's Cosmic's thing. So yeah, that's my sort of take on it. I don't know if Indy's still with us.
You don't know where he went.
Oh, well, I'm glad he hasn't been removed. Last time we were like, where's Indy? Indy was on the show, but he wasn't. We were like, where's Indy? We were thinking that Indy fall asleep. What happened? You know.
I was working out. I love what you guys. I'm listening in. I love what you guys are talking about. I have my own interpretation of inner time and outer time too, but I'm just listening to all your wonderful perspectives right now, just taking it in.
Well, I'd like to hear it, Indy, because I need all the feedback I can get. This is basically like a puzzle I'm trying to figure out and solve. So I'm kind of like getting feedback from other people to see if other people have insight into figuring out, because I'm trying to really understand these two concepts. This is something that Sliz is kind of like saying, like, this is the key that like kind of developing the understanding of nonlinear time by understanding this vertical time vector. So your input would be greatly appreciated.
Non-linear time too. I have so much deep insight about this from personal experiences of transcending time, the fact that I have no concept of time, and the fact that I've always researched, like, how can I develop one, or is it possible? and I've learned so much about what time could be and is. But I'm going to start briefly with the 3 aspects of radical honesty that are undeniable truths that have not been known to the collective. That's an actuality for everyone beyond our subjective realities that we all share. All right, so there's something that's happening right now inside my mind. This is always happening for everyone. There's something happening right now inside my body. This is also happening for everyone all the time. And there's something happening right now outside of my body and mind. And this is also happening for everyone all the time, perpetually. And we're in the ever-present wow of the perpetual now, which is inescapable. Now, there are 3 delusions which we have been socialized to believe in and all considered to be reality. The planning mind, the idea of the past or the future being something that is real beyond our imagination. The past and the future were events that happened in the now, or are going to be events that happen in the now. But our memory or idea of them is the delusion. We tell ourselves a story of the past. We tell ourselves a story about our expectations of the future. Some people may even have premonitions. They have expectations of something that's about to happen. But these stories and expectations are really just like the husk, the surface of like what really went on. It's like you see the water, you see the surface of the water. But the water has depth. And the depth of our past and the depth of our future, the depth of our premonitions go way beyond the very surface of what we consider them to be. And so once we can restory our lives, we can restory what we think the future holds, what we think the past represented, what events transpired. And there's like infinite potential to go deeper into what actually happens and what happened. Now, this is just the planning mind. This is the first delusion. The second delusion is the categorical mind, the idea that we can fully understand something from a brief explanation or definition. This idea is preposterous. First of all, a lot of our expectations of what we define something as are constantly being redefined and considered to be completely false. So even though we think we understand something completely, usually that assumption and ideation is usually either fraudulent or just the mere surface of things, which just one small aspect of the infinite aspects that can be discovered. And so if people were able to look past this, they could see something with new eyes all the time and see new aspects and new natures of things, rediscover everything anew all the time. But it has a lot to do with like our memory. We get stuck in our memory since our memory is there to call upon. It's hard for us to use our consciousness. We only use our consciousness 5% of the time, but 95% of the time, we're using our basic assumptions that are based on previous experiences. So these things are programmed into our mind. And so the categorical mind is basically limiting us from seeing things anew and seeing deeper aspects of everything we see. So then the final one, the final delusion, is the programming mind. So we are programming ourselves through our own self-judgments and through our own assumptions, and other people program us by judging us and casting programming onto us through socialization and various things. And we even take in like judgments that we don't even resonate, that have dissonance. And when by doing that, we create an inner conflict, which can create depression and anxiety and low self-esteem and stress and emotional burdens. And so the programming mind is basically something that can become really detrimental to us. But not everyone is doing the things that others do, where we take in the dissonant ideas. For people like myself, which are extremely rare, like an INFJ or an INFP, with strong intuition and strong rationality, we basically, not take in the judgments that we don't validate, and you don't have to you don't have to validate the judgments that you don't agree upon. So basically, like people like myself, it's hard for us to care what other people think, which becomes a detriment to a degree because we never really taken into account the perspectives of others that are beyond our own. So this makes us it's hard for us to see things which is considered in the Johari window where there's 4 panes, things that I understand that other people don't understand, things that I understand and other people understand, things that other people understand about me, but I don't understand about me. And the final window is things that nobody understands about me, not even myself, that can still be discovered. So the thing is about the programming mind is like we all have a possibility to learn more and to expand and become ascended more than we have been because of the limitations that have been put upon us by trying to integrate the perspectives of others and trying to be stuck in our own perspective of ourselves, which is limited and not able to grow. So it was kind of a long-winded discussion about the radical honesty aspect, but basically since things are always happening right now, I basically can identify with this completely, and it makes so much sense to me. And I teach this a lot, but I have no concept of time. To me, I don't believe in time. I feel like the future is pretend. And so, especially with weather reports, like, oh, it's going to rain. I'm like, yeah, we'll see about that. Especially, I live in the mountains. So, like, there always is weather changing. If it's supposed to do one thing, it might do that for 15 minutes, but they say here in the mountains, wait 15 minutes and see what really happens. And then, things are always shifting here. So it's like not a permanent event. A lot of times it's a lot of things just move. Something will happen a little bit. But there's some benefit to these things. But I like to be spontaneous, and to me, it's better to imagine the possibility of the future being different than we expect it to be. The past being completely separate from what we imagined it to be. And so by having this perspective, I've been able to see shifts in the timeline from like doing personal self-mastery work. Like I'll change things inside myself. Like I need to let go of this thing that no longer serves me. And I simultaneously feel that my past life also made that same shift simultaneously because time is not existent, but all things happen at once at the same time. And so when me and my past and future lives all make the same shift together at the same time, the state of existence changes because the butterfly effect from my past life altered the state of reality in which I find myself. And then I can remember both timelines just by a gist, but I noticed that I remembered there was like a huge Holocaust and like the whole world became infected with radiation poisoning and there was a nuclear winter and it was like horrendous and so much wildlife died and it was horrible. But then I shifted something in myself and that was undone. And so I feel like time is way different than people have been taught or have even imagined. But they say that what I found in my research is that people can count time because time is a delusion. And it's a slave mind aspect. It's for following other people's orders and schedules. That's the external time. It's like supposed to be consistent to everybody, and people can either count it by a tick, 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 or it can be numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. And if you count it by numbers, you can't really count time in the back of your mind. If you have to keep track of time, everything else goes out the window. People that can count time by a tick, they can keep track of time in the back of their mind and have a natural sense of time as how much time has passed, how much time they have left. For example, like at work or whatever they're doing. So for me, I just never wanted to keep track of time with numbers because I want to think about other stuff. And so in a lot of ways, it's prevented me from having a planning mind. So I don't expect things to happen the way they're planned to be. I understand that things are going to happen spontaneously, and life is what happens while we're making plans. So this makes it so that I'm like usually fashionably late to stuff. I'm like not that reliable as being like exactly on time. But in the South, like people don't even show up. So I tell people like I will show up. Usually like early or on time, especially if I'm doing something professional, I'll make sure to like drop what I'm doing and go. But if I have to do something casual, I'll kind of like dawdle and like take my time to do stuff. But basically, like internal time is like you do what you need to do, regardless of like what other people are pressuring you to do. That's what it means to me. like a lot of people will like drop everything important that they need to do for their personal health and like hygiene and like clean their house and organize everything, and they'll just drop it all and like leave everything a mess, their health, their mind, their house, like a total like disaster, and then they'll just run over to like do obligations to other people that they put first. And so like their finances might be good, but like their whole like life at home is like a nightmare, and their health is degraded, and their home is like filthy. And so like they always tell me like, oh, I do clean that up like at some point, like once a week or once a month or something. Some people tell themselves that but never do. So I usually just clean up for people. Like I live in the now, which is something like you don't see. And so when people say be here now, I'm like, what about like learning to like have an imagination about like things beyond the now, which is like something has been hard for me. So you know, I have a lot of perspective on this stuff. I could go on for days, but basically the external time is about other people's time, pressuring you. Internal time is your own time and needs, like focusing on them without any pressure on other people's perspectives and not caring about what other people think.
Yeah, it sounds like you kind of exist in the one of these vertical time vectors, Indy, instead of the horizontal ones. Like you're perpendicular to the past and the future. That's actually one of the spells in Fey magic, is to sort of like switch to like a perpendicular sort of time frame like that by sort of like taking reality and like shifting it 90 degrees in a different direction, essentially. But yes, so yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
But so the way I've been thinking about this lately, so I think about this as like at a more meta level, right? So like I'm thinking like in terms of causality of like the entire universe, right? So the past, I'm thinking like this is sort of like the Big Bang, the beginning of the universe, like from a physical standpoint, and that's one sort of vector of causality. Then you kind of have the idea of sort of the ideal or the potential future that, you know, beings want, that sort of influence the past. And I look at inner time and outer time as sort of two different eternities, right? So I've been thinking about the idea that, you know, what we think of as eternal is not as eternal as we assume it is. It's more like a kind of a weird spherical procession of time. So I think of like inner time as sort of like, you know, something that goes from the inside of the Zerfax outward. Then outer time is basically stuff that comes from outside the Zerfax inward. So it's like there's two different like eternities, like one from the Zarfax nucleus and the other from the Zorfax nucleus, that kind of put it together. But the reason I kind of brought it up with you guys is I kind of wanted to sort of bring it down to more like, you know, I guess more down to earth like perceptions, and see if I can like come up with some other ideas, because it's like I still don't have this like fully figured out, but it's like this kind of like this outer time, inner time. It's like, all right, this is a clue. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, this system, it's like that I've been working on, is it's almost kind of like a video game, in the sense that there's like a puzzle, you beat the puzzle, and then you sort of go to the next level, which is a slightly higher level of difficulty. So there's kind of like this like progression aspect of it. But I think it's important to kind of understand inner and outer time, because I think it's kind of like, you know, if you don't have a sense of inner and outer time, if somebody changes your past or your future or alters it, there's not going to be any part of you that's going to be like, wait a minute, this is wrong. This isn't the correct timeline. This is a contradiction. And because of that, you don't necessarily like, because you don't have that. But I think when you become a mystic, I think that by just like a general nature, you understand this sort of this third vector of time, this sort of like eternal. But what I've noticed with like this kind of this occult psychosomatic connection, and how there's kind of this weird disparity between kind of like a spiritual paradigm and a materialist one, is I think that you kind of look at that, like you could say that the inner time is kind of more of that being, that more materialist sort of like eternality, and then the outer time being the eternality of the mystery, sort of, because the idea in Zarfaxology is that it states that existence is sort of a two-ness. It's a sort of a masculine and a feminine, and that by understanding this sort of this bi-local kind of multiplicitous existence, you're able to sort of understand higher dimensions, right? Because, you know, if you only see things as being three-dimensional, you never are able to understand the universe as having a kind of a fourth dimensional membrane around it. And like once you understand higher dimensional membranes, then you can kind of go outside of it. So the idea is the outer and inner time sort of vectors are basically, so past and the future is kind of like the time that exists within the Zerfax, and then outer time is sort of out of it. So that's just kind of like a basic rundown of sort of what I've been sort of thinking about and working on sort of recently. So, because I know I kind of talk about like the basics of Zarfaxology, but I also sometimes kind of get little sneak peeks into sort of like what my current projects are.
You know, did Shinobi, do you have more you want to throw at this picture?
Not at this picture, but I do have some more along this line of thinking in time.
I'll try and keep this
Sure.
image as short as I can. I noticed you've turned this into a cosmic egg, which is interesting. I tell you what I would do, just for the synchronous. I would turn this into a depiction of the four elements. Actually, cosmic, yes. This is how you can use it for actual like magical work. I'd turn it into a circle. I would change the orange to yellow just for the sake of convention's sake. Yellow, the sky, the sun's in the sky, the color of like that lights coming out of the sky, that yellow bright expression of information. And I would these triangles here, these triangles would become expressions of alchemy, right? The outer circle would be the representation of how and what you're calling outer time here, I would be going outside of this universe, which is inside of me conceptually, right? This is as a concept. And what you'll call inner time here, I would be saying going into the atomic me, which is the physical matter. Okay. So like that's how I would consider the contraction in towards a point of matter inwards, and the outwards, the spiral outwards into pure thought consciousness. That's just how I would conceptualize the circle as being showing that there is a connection and a cycle between the thought and the matter, and the expression of Jupiter on the top and the impression of Saturn on the bottom. And then I would, like I said, I would express, for example, moving from the left to the right, and moving the top to the bottom. I would change the a little bit. So, for example, where you've got the green line on the right hand side, I'd put it on the left hand side for the bottom, so that the green one on the bottom, so the red would go that way, and they would come out at the bottom on green, right? So, for example, and the green would be not the green specifically, but it would be the yellow, because I would have switched over the orange and the green, so the green's on the left, and I'll explain to you what I mean. So it would come from the left, moving to the right, and then it would move downwards, right? Although no, you could as easily just put the way you've got it here. You see, when you're talking about inner time, I'm talking about that's going into matter. So people remember when I say in, I mean in towards matter. It's like when you talk about the sea, when the sea's coming in, the sea's coming in. When the sea's going out, the sea's going out. It's that concept. I used to have to wrap my head around it as a little boy when I was fishing with my dad when I was like, 6 years old or whatever. But so I would then have that moving from the left to the right at the bottom, the red, and then I would have the yellow that's moving down towards matter, right? Then I would have on the other side of that yellow, right, I would have the concept of the green that's moving up, right? The next one, because then I've switched the bottom green to the left and the bottom orange to the right. And then that bottom orange to the right would be continuing the flow to the right of the red, right? And then that red would actually touch the boundary. And the blue would touch the boundary because it would be returning that current. And that current would then go over the circle, right? And the circle would then continue upwards, which would be the orange continuing upwards from the green. And then the bottomwards on the left-hand side, the green would then be on the left, and it would be then descending downwards towards. Then this outer circle, I would color code with those colors. So I would show that it would give curvature to it. Does that make sense, Cosmic? Because you've got a circle in the center.
Yeah, exactly.
And that circle would then give curvature. So the curvature would then show the color of the red moving towards the green, going down. And it would show then the orange moving up. The upward movement of the orange towards the red, right? And that would then show this elemental relationships between this passive and this negative. And then the same for that. And then where there's a space between the red and blue on either side, I'd probably use a combination of those two colors. I'd probably use like a purple. Where there's a combination between orange and blue, I'd probably combine the orange and the blue, the orange and the green.
Kind of an idea. You're taking this like.
And there's a reason for all this. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Then you would have an elemental sign in the center, right? And that elemental sign in the center would be bound by a circle in the center, but the circle on the outside is the same circle as the circle on the inside. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that means that time is non-linear. I hope you're following me here. The circle on the inside is the same circle on the outside.
Would you associate with like the past, future, outer time, and inner time? I'm kind of curious how you would. I have an idea. Like here, what would you say?
Well, I mean, I would take the current moving towards the future, and I would take the current moving towards matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would say what matter is receiving. Let's just say that these elements, right? Like the consciousness. So the vertical plane is a plane of consciousness, right? And the left and right plane is a plane of material change. So the vertical plane is the consciousness change of time, and the left right one is the material change of time. And where the consciousness change of time meets material change of time. And that the circle around the outside encapsulates everything, but it recreates itself on the center. And that's the same circle in the center. You'd have the elements. So in terms of the elemental structuring, I would say that that which is going towards the pure mental, right, would be the element of air, right? Mm-hmm. That which is going towards the pure physical would be the element of earth. That which is coming from the past would be the element of water. That which is going towards the future would be the element of fire, right? That's just how I would notate it outwards. And then I would show the relationship between what's moving towards the future, which is fire, and what is towards the physical, which is earth. And earth and fire would have that relationship, but there would be an opposite relationship between fire and air, right? Because fire and air feeds fire, right? Fire produces earth. So I would coordinate these in that way so that you can get an understanding that there's this profound relationship between the matter, the physical inner time, what you're calling inner time, what I'm calling contraction towards Saturn, contraction toward form, contraction towards atoms, and the future, which is also, in a sense, a contraction towards form, a contraction towards matter, and the past is a expansion from thought. In the same way that outer time would be an expansion towards thought. Does that make sense to you? So that the left side is polarized with the top side, and the bottom side is polarized with the right side, with the top and the bottom having the perspective meanings that I'm inferring upon them, where inner is matter and outer is consciousness, even though we've been taught an inverted version of that, and we look at things, but what we don't realize is our eyes turn everything upside down anyway, and then turn it right side up. So there's this sort of double juxtaposition where we think that we are on the outside, but we're actually on the inside. I hope that makes sense.
No, I think you're on
then,
something interesting here, Franklin, because what you're essentially implying is that sort of these horizontal lines represent the kind of the more material, deterministic aspects of reality, and the vertical lines represent more of the free will, conscious agency, sort of using your imagination and kind of coming up with a spiritual different interpretation. Yeah, like, okay, this kind of adds a little bit more insight to this concept. So I appreciate that.
And the circle represents that all of this comes from one thing and is one thing, even though it's differentiated. Does that make sense?
Well, the idea is this is simply the it's specifically a type of so basically in Zarfexology, the time is sort of like measured in Zerf axis. So the first dimension is just sort of one Zerf axis, and it's just sort of one causal kind of line. But then it kind of goes into groups of 4. So once it's multiplied by 4, you get to sort of the first like level of nonlinear time, which is essentially this diagram. So the idea would essentially be that each individual Zerf axis would have its own sort of different versions of these time frames. So basically the idea is the red and blue lines are sort of insular to the Zerf axis itself, whereas the other, the outer time is more causality that comes from Zerf axis external to that. So the external Zerf axis making an impact on sort of reality, because I'm thinking about like magic in terms of causality, and I realized that if you try to look at it in a sort of deterministic kind of way and looking at only from the causality of, being from the past to the future, a lot of the idea of magical manifestation doesn't really make sense from that particular context. But I think that's also why when you have a lot of these scientists who will look at studies of the paranormal and still be skeptical of it, I think they're skeptical for this exact particular reason, because they're only trying to understand causality from this one particular perspective. Whereas I realize when you actually manifest something, magically, you almost kind of realize at a certain point it makes sense that it wouldn't be, because if you could explain it in this kind of deterministic fashion, then it's not really magic anymore, is it? Magic seems to work at this kind of meta level where it seems like the change has always existed. And so if it manifests in that way, then you can't really sort of use a kind of a logical, rational experiment. You can't explain it in a way that makes sense to a kind of a standard skeptical materialist, because it's operating in a vector of causality that's completely outside of their perception.
I'll show you here another thing. Your triangle in the center.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm seeing. I'll show you what I'm seeing. A different way of representing an idea. So now we get a new way of understanding this sphere of these elements, right? Like relating to cosmic time, which is something that you won't find in books, right? It's interesting how this all cuddles towards each other. And you'll notice the air element in the Chinese I Ching, it's got to do with the 3 lines and this broken line, right? So the broken lines and the fixed lines, the lines that are broken, the trigoms that are cut, if you look at the I Ching, you'll see that that's representing how these triangles are formed. So your air element is broken, your fire element is pointing up, but it's unbroken. Your water element is pointing down, but it's not broken. Your earth element is pointing down, but it is broken. So now let's go back to your thing. And can you see what you've got here, what you've put here inadvertently without really maybe trying specifically, or maybe you have tried specifically, that you've put in the center there is you've put in a triangle, right? And if you look at that triangle, what I'm seeing in that triangle is I'm seeing a red triangle, and superimposed within that red triangle, right, is a green triangle, right, for the sake of complementary color refraction. And then that background would be green, although it might be actually better to have it as a small red triangle on top of a bigger green triangle on a circle that represents a red circle. So you were talking about which colors would go with the directions. You would design 4 different circles, and each circle would represent a different aspect of cosmic time, and how that time works on a different aspect of our being, because time is like really an expression of consciousness, is really an expression of matter, is really, so they should by right then be the time that relates to the inspiration, the time that relates to our thoughts, the time that relates to our emotion, and the time that relates to the physical sensation of our senses. So you would then have 4 of these circles, and one circle would be focused upon the sensation of the senses, the other one would be focused upon the emotions, the other one would be focused upon the thoughts and the ideas, and the other one would be focused upon the instinctive currents of inspiration. And this one, what I'm seeing is an instinctive current of inspiration, and that way you would see that the fire and the water, the fire and the air are fundamentally connected. So then you could have the fire on the top for fire, and for air you could have the air on the top for air, if that makes sense. And so they would change positions, and all the colors and all the codings would change as well to go with it, to show that the relationship is slightly different on each different level. So you would then be creating 4 different fields. Like, what do you call them? You've got a Zerfax, and then you've got a bigger thing, and then you've got a bigger thing and a bigger thing. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
What do you call? So now you've got different scales that you can represent. Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. I can see that.
And you've got 4 different things to represent 4 cosmic scales of order.
4 sort of membranes of the self. So you have like the triangle, which represents sort of one Zerfax membrane. Then you have the second triangle. Then you have the smaller circle, which represents sort of the gate Zerfax. Then and then the larger circle that it exists in represents the Zarfax that it's a part of.
And notice that in the center with the fire, like if you even just using basic alchemical tools, you've already put it in here. That's the fire. If you then take that triangle, and that triangle is then blue, and you push that blue triangle inverted downwards, and you move that blue triangle that's inverted down so that the down point is actually touching the bottom, it creates a barrier in the middle of the triangle, right? Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Yeah, this particular triangle is called the I Zerfax. It's essentially the Zerfax that represents the self. And actually, according to the system, it's actually supposed to be white. Because the other Zerfaxes, they do have color associations, like the Kid Zerfax is green, the Vid Zerfax is purple, et cetera, and they all have different relations with that. So, and the reason it's white is because that way it has the potential to have any particular color, and one can have an infinite variety of different types of cells. So basically, the I Zerfax is kind of like, it's also this causality map is also about sort of the creation of not just the like things, but also of the conscious self, in that the self is not just, spawned from the past into the present, but that we've also been conceived of in the future and retroactively brought back to the time that we currently exist. And then the inner and the outer time represents the kind of the eternal sort of realm that we came into, that we existed in sort of before we're in this sort of physical space. So this also represents kind of in a way, like in terms of reincarnation, it's not like, you know, if you like a lot of people think reincarnation, like on the standards, like you go for reincarnation 1, reincarnation 2, and you kind of just go on like a linear line like this. But what actually, it seems that when you have a reincarnation, it's more kind of like, it's not like it's more like you start from here and then you start from here and you both converge from both sides to get to the center. So it's like both the past and the future are sort of converging together to create the self in the current sort of time frame. It's not like, because you see in a lot of ways what this diagram is showing is that these are different. So it's like, it's basically saying that, oh yes, it's true that there is a vector of linear time that exists, but this sort of retroactive time vector also exists, sort of running parallel to it, if that makes any sense, right? So yeah.
Shinobi's been so patiently waiting, brother. What were you going to throw at us?
All good. I've shared a couple of images. Would you be able to share the one I've called Zarfax, which isn't a Zarfax?
Yeah, man. And
Triangle.
Cosmic, I love your picture. I love your idea, man. It's really cool. The one on the bottom, yeah.
Yeah, I just
Nice.
found that image because it sort of reminded me of the triangle in the center of the time. You know, it's just like a kind of infinite, has no beginning, has no end. I just saw that with the two triangles in the middle of that time graph. Yeah, would you be able to share the image of the tree? Because I think it might help to like have an image like as I'm talking. I love sharing images when I talk to have a kind of visual element of pretty like abstract ideas. But so when I view time, I view time as well, I can use the picture of like a dragon that I call the time dragon. That the tail of the dragon is a tale that has been told in the past. And the word past sounds like psst, like a whisper. The tale is just a whisper in the wind that has come to pass that you hear in the present. And then the head of the dragon is to heed a warning, like a head of time that you see into in the future. And this is foresight. You know, the body of the dragon is the Bodhi, which is the present, which is waiting to be unwrapped. So I quite like to use that that sort of like imagery when I'm looking at time, is like just using the etymology of like a tale being told in the past, and a whisper is the past, is the past, and then that kind of like our head can become full of whispers of things that have happened in the past. Some can be useful, but not always. And it can be useful to have some foresight and to see into the future, but not always. But it is always good to remember to be in the present moment.
Hi.
Okay, go away. I've already said night. Do you know what?
Good night. Sleep well.
No, don't be nice to them. I've been out there. I've had a lot of time with them, and I've waited a long time to speak. And I've purposefully gone in, sat with them, and I've said night to them and told them to not come in here and disturb me because I knew I was going to be saying something shortly. So yeah, I mean it's all well and good for them to come and say hello and stuff, but when I've told them not to, that's crossing a boundary. So yeah, I do feel mean, but you've got to have boundaries. So
dude, you should have seen me ripping my son a new one today, bro. Talk about boundaries. Dude, you gotta have boundaries, man. Yeah, I completely get where you're coming from.
Yeah, and that kind of leads me into my next point here, because as I've been making notes, I've numbered them, and I've got 5. That was the first thing I wanted to say. The second is that time is the seam of the tapestry. And what do I mean by that? like time is just like how something seems, and like our perception of how something seems can change over time. And a tapestry needs a seam. It needs an end, or a boundary, but that boundary can always be dissolved or crossed. And then also like the seams is sort of like is what weaves the tapestry as well. Like time weaves this realm. Like we're in time, we're moving through time. You say to people, do you remember that time we did this? And then I wanted to mention with foresight and forethought, the four rivers came to mind. I can hear Ori in the background shouting, "I hate you, stupid idiot." So yeah, the four rivers. I tried finding an image earlier. I don't know if anyone's seen this image of like the black rock in the center of the earth, with the four rivers that flow into it. But anyway, this is representing like magnetic north. I've completely lost my train of thought now, which is really annoying, because I have to go in a minute. But what was my point with all of this?
This was the point.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to share that image for Cosmic's benefit, just to see if it intrigued him, related in any way to the two pyramids in the center of his graph of time. But yeah,
Can you see the cube hidden here?
the what?
The cube hidden here.
No.
Like, if you like look at it carefully, right?
I think I see what you're talking about.
It's like 3 dimensions. It's representing the 3 dimensions, right? Of like length, breadth, and depth, which is like the fundamentals of a cube, isn't it?
It's
An
also
interesting
basically an object that really, in a sense, can't technically exist. Like the geometry of it is technically impossible. I mean, you can technically kind of make it look in real life, like, but it's like usually like an illusion. It's not like fully connected. Like I've seen that done before, but that's kind of what's interesting about the object, is that the shape is that you can't, it's really imperceptible because it's 3-dimensional, but in kind of a strange sort of way. I always found that this particular type of triangle very fascinating for that reason.
If my thoughts come back to me, I'll let you know.
You know, probably hearing your little boys carrying on in the background's made you emotional. I completely relate. Who were they? Are they having a fight? Are they arguing with each other?
No, Ori was shouting, saying, "You stupid idiot! I hate you."
To who?
To me, he's just shouting.
Oh,
like,
right,
in the other
right.
room. Yeah,
Right. So that's got.
So-
Oh, someone's gonna get it, buddy.
Yeah.
Woo-hoo! Like something's gonna get confiscated big time. Like
Yeah.
TV rights. What TV rights? You've got TV? You kidding, man? Desserts. You talking about desserts to your father? You know,
Well,
it's gonna be one of those.
he's allowed to watch YouTube after school one day of the week.
He
I
used
would
to be allowed to.
Yeah, damn straight.
He used
because-
to be allowed to.
yeah, if he was watching anything which was actually beneficial for him, it might be fine. He might be allowed to watch more, but the absolute crap he watches on YouTube, and we let him for an hour because he's just gonna watch it at somebody else's house. And there's some stuff we don't let him watch anything, but he just watches the most stupid, mindless stuff. And there's only for an hour, but not this week.
My kid is far too educated for YouTube. He's figuring out, without anyone teaching him, he's figured out how to change settings and how to like he changes his mouse. I don't know how he learned this. He's been playing on the computer and he's trying to override dad's settings to try and like get behind to install apps that dad doesn't want installed. And He's trying to figure out how to crack passwords, and in that process, he's learning how to do all sorts of stuff. Like, do you know it took me a while to figure out how to change my mouse? Like I had to Google it. He just figured it out. Like so it's pretty scary as they get older, brother. They get very clever and they start figuring out things. And he knows far too much about horror. His fascination is with horror. And I'm like, seriously, dude, of all the things, no, horror is his fascination. And total crap. But I think like maybe it's like this. Maybe children want to introduce themselves to the zeitgeist. And maybe the zeitgeist is idiocy. And maybe they want to be in the world and they have to develop like an etheric body in the world. And that means like they got to get some kind of idiocy imprint to actually be in the zeitgeist of the world. Otherwise, they're so disconnected from the world, they don't know what the world is. And in that, the easiest way to do that is to watch the most mind-bendingly stupid, numb nonsense, because that way they are like, right, so this is what's going on in the world. They want to know, don't they? They it's like an animal. It's hungry to figure out like what's going on in the world. Well, what is this world? How does it work? And unfortunately, we are living in an extremely mindless, dumbed down society. And so maybe some part of the kids want to experience that. And we as adults are like, no, don't go there. Maybe they have to go there in order to know what it was so that they know it's shitty.
Yeah. You guys were talking earlier about meditation, and I didn't mention this earlier, but I don't really meditate. I'd be very interested in group meditation though, because sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe I should meditate tonight, and then I just like go to bed and read and go to sleep, and I don't. But what I do is I mediate. So I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is a meditation, but you guys were talking about meditating with your eyes open or your eyes closed, or you mentioned that to do with the Rosicrucians. Well, I've trained myself over the years to get in a certain state of mind, which feels like a meditation, but I view it in my mind's eye as feng shui for the psyche. So like you're moving, you're in flow, things come in and things go. And I do it while I'm listening to conversations, like while I'm at work cleaning, where my body's moving. And I kind of let concepts come in, like words. I kind of like, I guess I like tap into the mind, but like not in here, like out there, like as far as into other universes, whatever, and try and kind of like build and then dissolve and then build and then dissolve. And I use etymology mainly, and like mythology, just any of these patterns to try and see a clearer picture. But sometimes I have to let stuff, like it's like building a sandcastle. You pour some water on it and then let it crumble and then rebuild it again until it makes a shape that makes sense. And I'm able to go to some really interesting places by doing this, and it does feel like it's a form of meditation. It's very peaceful, very calm, very profound, like tapping into, I guess it's like that. I always like, the thing that comes to me is when I think of tapestry, like this picture, it's like the tap is tree, the tree is the tap. And then there's a story of the weird, the fates, the three fates. We're talking about past, present, and future. They're the past, present, and future that sit at the well of Yggdrasil, I think it's called, the world tree. The world tree is the tapestry. And then
Yggdrasil, yeah?
Is that how you say it?
Egg, yeah, I think it's Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil.
Egg is in fire.
Yeah. So then the past, present, and future, they're at the well of this tree. I've just started looking into this, and it's like the tapestry is the tap is tree. Like the tree is the tap. The tree is the trio. Is the pitter patter, the pattern, the light codes, the mutter matter, the mother in which we're in. And we're the central observer, the child, the seed that has the potential to become a universe of its own. And then when we tap into this trio, the Trinity, and then that's where we can find new either like very, very ancient, very old things that concepts that haven't been in this realm in this time from other universes, but it's all contained in the seed. When we tap into the tree, we go into the seed, which contains the all. And that's why I shared that image of the tree earlier, that goes up and comes down and around and goes in. And that reminds me of a vortex. And how I was just mentioned runes. I've written some stuff down. I'll try and remember it. That runes can either be like the rooms, like different rooms in our psyche, or the ruins, depending how we look at it. Like runes are a tool which allow us to kind of piece the pattern together. And the runes can either be ruins or can be rooms that we can kind of step into or we can build with, depending on how we use them. They can be a space that we step into, or they can be something which, you know, I don't have my notes on me, but that's something I'm working on. I'm looking into like what the runes are, looking into these stories, because I want to start making more videos, more content, and I need to try and do it on one thing. So I thought I'd start off with the weird, because the weird is the fate that we cast, and the weird, like, words are the fate. When we speak, we create, we cast our fate as we speak. But where do words come from? The word and the weird are related at their essence, and it comes from the thoughts as the force. But what is that? Are the thoughts us, or are we tapping in or a channel for the thoughts? And sometimes you can't put these thoughts into words, but this is what I've been trying to work out how to do by tapping into etymology, splitting words, splitting language. And perhaps language is just like time. Words are like time. You can't just, they're not linear. Words are not as they seem. Words are magical, but we see them as they are. But if you split or dissolve, reverse, change the vowels, you can come to new understandings that if you look at the definition of the word, it won't say that. It's like creating a new language, but it's not creating anything new. It's just tapping into the weird by being weird and casting your own fate, stepping off the wheel of insanity.
I think it's also important to like come up with your own words, like just from sounds alone. Like I think in a lot of ways there's a sort of an etymological understanding of, you know, the roots of words, like where they came from, their ancient sort of like, you know, their connections to ancient races and people. But I like to get even deeper in that, and I just get into the pure science of sound and symbols themselves. Just purely like when you hear like a random sound, like I can just make up a random word like ugrickliarch or something like that, and then it's like your mind tries to come up with something, and it's almost like there's this weird like displacement idea that I've been thinking about lately. It's almost like if you come up with a random word and you make up a word, by you mentioning that word, your mind tries to come up with something to fill in that space, like almost like as like a reflex or whatever. And it's like I realized that by doing that, and it's like playing with like, you know, these more abstract kind of strange words that don't really have any relation to like these fey words that I'm talking about, it's like it connects you to a different mind space. Like I've been thinking about how languages in a sense are essentially kind of like mental spaces. Like the English language has its own mind space, Arabic has a mind space, Sanskrit has a mind space, Hebrew has a mind space. And one of the things I've realized is that when you just kind of, you know, come up with words out of your own area, you enter some completely new space you never even thought existed before. So there's also, that's what I've always been found interesting, is just like coming up with totally different words from scratch. And I think sometimes when you come up with different words by scratch, you can look at old words and you can find new meanings that you didn't notice before. It's like another thing I've noticed with Zarfexology is that with these Zerfaxes, I'm starting to notice that there are sort of synchronicities with them that I wouldn't have ever picked up otherwise if I'd only used like English as my, your basis. So, and that's like one of the main reasons, because I've gotten complaints from people before, like with my system, because people will tell me it's like, why are you using all these weird symbols? Why are you using all these weird terms? Why can't you just, use more conventional terms to explain these ideas? And I realized like I could do that, but that would be functionally sort of missing the point of what this system is designed for. And it's designed to essentially expand your imagination and sort of take human perception outside of the human collective and into these outer, alien spaces. And you can't necessarily, get to that space, if you're just thinking in, just sort of simple terms, right? If you're just using, because a lot of ways, if you think about like, if you like, let's say you have like a paint canvas and you have red, blue, and yellow, right? You can kind of like, you can mix, and you got to realize that in some sense you can take the red and blue and mix them into purple, and you can take the yellow and blue and make them into green and, stuff like that. So the idea is that the more words you have, it's like having a larger palette of colors to paint a picture with. I think that's kind of like why I've always liked having like a big vocabulary, just because I feel like language is more colorful if I'm using more letters of the alphabet in different words. And I just kind of like the way the words come out of my mouth and I feel them. There's something kind of, just sort of like somatically kind of satisfying about that. So I think getting into that, like, the psychosomatic, I think even words themselves, like there's like, yes, there is a semantic meaning, right? Of the people who originally defined these terms, these symbols, and these words, but there's also kind of like an inherent somatic meaning to them. Like if I showed you a symbol that from a magical system that you've never seen before, you'd probably come up with your own interpretations and your own sort of understanding of what that symbol or word means to you, what feelings it elicits, what images in your mind's eye does it sort of conjure up. And oftentimes what we've kind of found on this show is that even when you do that, they still tend to line up with the existing symbol system before. So it's not like these things are completely arbitrary. There's a kind of connection sort of with them. So I think that in a lot of ways, playing with glossolalia and just sort of like making up strange words and sort of like made up words, like for fantasy worlds or something, you'd be surprised at how much that actually like expands your imagination. It's like a lot of ways, like when you learn a new language, you're not just like, learning a different way to speak. You're also learning a different way to think. Like each language in itself has its own kind of way it sort of structures reality and like information. Like, cause like there's certain languages that have different like characters and properties. Like, I think like the English language is kind of more like gender neutral, whereas if you have like something more like Spanish or Italian, there's sort of masculine and feminine versions of words, and like that's like that words have gender, and that's like a big kind of important component to that. But with the English language, you may not have that gendered understanding. So by coming up with either channeling a language or coming up with a new language of scrap, it's like you're opening up a new space in the astral plane, a new sort of like area in mind space that has never been tapped before, or at least it hasn't been tapped by anybody you know of. And there's something kind of really exciting about it. It's like a kind of adventure, if you will.
It's interesting how words carry feelings. And that's like one of those things I've always had as a child. And like I've often said this to people and they stare at me like I'm crazy, Like a word feels like an object. Yeah. And you can literally feel it with your mind, like without thinking it, feeling it. And it's got like a shape to it, and it's got like structure to it, and it's got like a feeling to it, and it's got like an emotional contextual feeling to it as well. And some words like clap, right? You hear the word clap. It's like it's an explosive word, right? There's onomatopoeic texture in the word. And Other words like rock, rock is like it's bringing everything towards a point. Yeah. And even if you're rocking, you're moving your gravity towards itself, creating a G-force contraction. So like it's interesting what you're saying. I've always felt a very somatic connection with words. Like they feel like they've some words wind me up. Like people say those words to me, like I don't like that. So like, and it's funny, how that works. So I think there's like definitely a somatic journey to be had with words. And there's so much. I mean, even here in Africa, they reckon that the words came from somatic. Language came from somatic acts, like in our local indigenous tribal lore and knowledge. So there's definitely something to that. And I think the semantic came afterwards. Yeah, I think the somatic is more like visceral. And then the semantic was how we felt about the somatic. And then how we felt about the somatic was what we would think about the feelings became the semantic. There we got the 4 elements coming in there. And like, for example, Yggdrasil, like Ig. When I say the word Ig, I feel a pulse in my solar plexus. Ig. And that pulse in my solar plexus is like a release of contraction that shoots up to the top of my head. Ig. And that means like it sends a reverberation out of my solar. It feels like fire. Ig. Right? Then I say Dri. I say Dri. I feel my feet contract. And like there's a resonance that flows through my feet. But it wants to flow outwards, but it also wants to flow with structure. But it wants to flow like not just one direction. And then my consciousness, drr means turning. Drr means turning, right? The feeling of it. It's like drr, you want to get dizzy, right? Drr, and dri, e is energy. So the spinning, turning energy. And that spinning, turning energy makes me think of that picture that you shared here. So to me, this is a pictogram of the tree of life, Yggdrasil, because we're talking about Sal. Sal is the seal. The seal, I see the animal, the seal going beneath the water. It's also the soul. And the soul is the thing that the structure is balancing upon, the structure. Like that fills that space, but it's also the structure and the filling of the space. So Yggdrasil, I see these dri also means 3, and it relates to the word dry, which means turn, dry and dri, but it's 3 turnings. So if you're turning towards a direction, but you're coming from a direction, and you're turning around a point. So there's 3 elements involved, isn't there? Any concept of turning. Because you've got to be going a direction, which means you're coming from a direction, which means you're going around a point. So those 3 vectors are your vectors that you're dealing with. And so you can sort of engineer that just from the sound. And so that the sound of Ig is like a fire, explosive energy. Dri is the vector of turning, which is around a point, but it's coming from and it's going towards at the same time, which is what the tree represents, those 2 root systems up and down. And Sol is the energy that pours out of the sun that creates physical matter, but is also where it comes from. So it's the soul, it's the consciousness, it's the field of consciousness in the soul. So Yggdrasil is the spinning event of energy that is representing the structure of manifesting physicality from the spiritual. So Yggdrasil, that's what the word Yggdrasil means. So you can like engineer that just by feeling the word, and there are a lot of things that you can do, and that's probably like the deepest expression of Yggdrasil that you will find. And so you see this picture here is now a representation of Yggdrasil. And so I've now got as a somatic relation to the tree of life with the tetrahedron. Isn't that interesting? With the element of fire. And trees carry fire, right? Fire only exists because of trees, right? It could be none. So anyway, I like what you're saying, Cosmic, and I think there's a lot to it. So if you guys have your last ideas you want to throw on the
Would
table.
you be able to share the image of the other tree, the one with the light at the top?
Not that one, is it?
Not that one,
This
the
one.
other one, the one with color, if you can. So the word, I'm glad you went on that journey of like splitting the word. Is it Yggdrasil? Yggdrasil? Anyway, this is how in my mind's eye I perceive it. Is the first part is egg, is the container, and then the dri is to draw or to drive, and then the end is the soul. So if it's an egg, draw, soul, that to me is conception. That's the zinc spark where the womb draws the sperm, and that is the creation of life. And the reason I want you to share this image is because it's got the water at the bottom, the womb, and it's got the light at the top. And I'd love it if this image was blended with the other tree, so there was an infinite loop, because we come from the waters, we rise up to the sun, go back into the water, and it's a constant flow. So yeah, egg draw sil, egg draw soul. I was trying to work out what sil is, like egg and draw a sil, like as you were talking, but then you mentioned soul, and I was like, that makes so much sense. The light and the water, and then the light or the womb, no, sorry, the water or the womb or the matter draws the light in, or drives the light. And you mentioned wood and it being essential for fire. That's very profound, because in a book or a story or a library is where the light is buried, and in a story that contains the words that contain the fates, like in a story, well, first off, it's a store of Ori. It's a vessel or an ark for light or life. Light and life are synonymous. So a story is a store of Ori, and a library is where the light is buried. And obviously there's a link there between fire and wood. And something very interesting that people may not know, that apparently wood is the rarest element in the universe. That on other planets, but not universe, planets and stuff, there's plenty of gold, plenty of diamonds, plenty of other resources, but trees and wood, things that we use to have paper, so we can draw, so we can write stories, so we can read books, so we can create fires and share light. That's very rare, apparently. So yeah, I'll end up with that. I'll end today with that. It's been a great conversation today. I'm gonna go have my dinner in a sec. Looking forward to that. And yeah, big love everyone in the chat. Indy, Cosmic. I didn't get to meet whoever was in the chat beforehand, but maybe another future time. But yeah, much love to everybody.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to make like one more like comment about like the, I think one of the reasons that wood is such a rare element is because in a sense, if you think, I was thinking about like, things that are organic, right? And what distinguishes organic matter from inorganic matter is that it seems that all organisms are more than one state of matter. So if you think of regular inorganic, it's just solid, it's just liquid, just a gas, like you got your rock crystals, you got water, you got steam. But organisms seem to always be a combination of these. Like if you think about your skin, for example, like it has the hardness of a solid, but in order for it to be soft and elastic and grow, it has to have a fluid element in it. So there's a fluid aspect to skin and a solid aspect. Then you have the air that goes into your body, and then you also have the fire of combustion of like digestion and electrical neural activity. And so if you think about like if you think about something that's like an elemental being, it's just that they are a pure element. And what separates that from something like a plant or an animal, and why they're not necessarily elemental, is because, in a sense, organisms already contain all four of the elements, essentially, right? Where if you think about like something like a rock, that's just one element. Or if you think of a bottle of ink, for example, that's just like a liquid element, for example. Though I think ink might have like an organic component since they derive it from squids. But yeah, like that's like I think why like you got to think about like nature and organic things. It's almost like the actual physical property of them. It's not just the fact that organisms are conscious, but like the actual physical structure of them is this kind of this weird, like, it's not really solid, it's not really liquid, it's some kind of like mix between those two. So I think that's like an important thing to comment on.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think it takes all kinds to make a life. That's what it is, right? You need fire, you need water. We talk about water being the source of life, right? But we could as easily speak about fire being the source of life, right? Because that fire, that fire is that sperm. That fire is the warmth of the body that gives the warmth of life, because life is warm and comes from the sun. So the fire of all life needs plants, right? For sugar. There would be no sugar. There could be no physical activity without sugar, and all sugar comes from the sun, and that warmth of the sun is captured by the leaves, turned into sugar, and we have to eat that. And even carnivores have to eat animals that ate sugar from plants. So it has to come from the sun. And so fire could be the source of life. But water is also the source of life. It's the womb, it's the fluid. Okay. What about air? Stop breathing and your life expires faster than anything. You can stop eating, you can stop drinking. But the moment you stop breathing, I mean, you could literally, you can count the seconds till you're not alive. Like give it like 1,000 seconds, whatever, however many seconds. That's it, done. It's 10 minutes down the line, and you're not alive anymore. And Earth. Well, without Earth, you couldn't have a physical body. So Earth is the source of life as well. It's those physical molecules that give you shape and form. Without that, you're just a disembodied consciousness. So that's so true, Cosmic. Every element is as equally important as all other elements in life. And we always think of water as being the source of life because we've been trained to think that way. But I think what you're saying is quite an interesting concept and sort of something for us to think about. And the tree represents the flow of water. By the way, the water is flowing upwards to the top. In that tree, because that's what xylophlem is it called xylophlem? It's called xylophlem, isn't it? That's what xylophlem do, right? Xylem and xylophlem. Which one does which? I forget. The xylophlem, I think, takes up those more salts, and the xylem takes up more of the water. Or is it the other way around? Anyway, the tree is a water transportation system up to the top. So, and then it breathes out the water. So it sucks in the water from the earth, right? And then it breathes out the water, which then, like a cloud, settles back down on the ground. Interesting thought. So you were saying that it would be nice to have the water. The tree is the movement of water. The tree is also the movement of fire, right? Because you could say that the sugar crystals, right? The sugar crystals of the sun has to be processed by the leaves, and then that has to go down into the earth because the excess sugar has to be given to the earth. That's what a tree does. It's called exudes, to feed the microbes in the soil, or they wouldn't be able to survive. And without them, who's going to break up the minerals, right? So they got a job to do. They got to be fed. The tree knows this. So the tree has elements of fire flowing down. So the tree's fire flows from the leaves down to the soil out of its roots. The tree's water flows from the soil up to its leaves and out through its leaves back into the world. And the air is brought in through the leaves, through the stomata, which open and close, and it takes in the CO2, like holds onto the carbon and spits out the oxygen, right? And during the day, right? So that changes at night. But so it's breathing the air in through the leaves into the system, breathing the air in and breathing out a different kind of air, which is interesting. And as for the earth, well, the tree it's pretty solid. It's like a symbol of earth, right? Because it's got that earth structure, earth solid, full of minerals. It's basically all the minerals of the earth have been pulled up from the earth with the water, and has been tempered by the fire of metabolism of sugar, and has been allowed to keep the process and the energy moving with the oxygen in order to build on to the carbon which comes from the air. And that carbon keeps becoming the baseline building structure that the minerals from the earth get sucked up from the soil. So you can see the earth, the tree is like the world's perfect alchemist. You want to learn alchemy? Go and sit under a tree. It'll teach you all the secrets of the universe. Anyway, that's my last blow into the pipe. Odin's pipe, isn't it, Howard? Eh? That's my last puff of Odin's pipe. Howard was looking for whatever it is Odin's got in his pipe. He was like, give me a double dose of that. Anyway, sending you all big love, big blessings. It's been an honor being here with you, both of you, and Indy Sage. He had to go dancing, everybody. So Indy went off. He's got his dancing shoes on. Those little girls are out there waiting to hear about, I'm eating mushrooms that keep me up all night. He's going to have a lot of fun partying it up. Good for him. I hope he takes it easy. And as always, Cosmic, it's been an honor. Shinobi, it's been an honor. And Mayor, it was an honor, where Mayor obviously went off earlier. Sending you all big love, big blessings in the chat. Yeah, being with you guys. You guys are always fun to whenever I look at the chat, I start smiling and giggling. You guys are a thousand chunks of fun all at once. We call it chunky fun chunk. This is the fun chunk. So you guys give me lots of fun to digest, and big blessings to all of you. Take it easy, keep it sweet. The Star, Vince, Tommy, Tom Rue, Gaz, Natalie, Vince. There's Vince. Vince, I keep seeing you, and I keep like, who is this? Oh, it's Vince. Vince has got a new picture on it, and it's like, I'm so used to Vince's picture that like when I see this, and I'm like, oh, right, that's Vince, right? Can't see what the picture is. It's very small. And who else is in there? The Star. D Love. I called you Dove earlier. Now that I zoom in, I see it's D Love 3636. Nice number patterns. Natalie, Gaz, everybody else. Well, everybody else has been in the chat. Big love and big blessings to all of you. Take it easy, and don't forget to smile. Keep that smile. Wear it. Howard. How could I forget? Of course, Howard. Big blessings, everybody. Peace, honor, respect. Om Shanti.
All right. Great podcast, Franklin. Take it easy, man. Gotta peace out.